C-181 School Board to order. Let's begin with roll call, please, Janet.
Kevin Boyles.
Here.
Michelle Brecken.
Here.
DJ Donlinger.
Here.
Randy Heidman.
Here.
Sarah Spear.
Here.
John Ward.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now Director Ward will be singing the national anthem.
Yeah. I like the addition.
I make a motion. Yeah, okay. All right, we do have amendment to the agenda for tonight. Janet, refresh me. Oh,
Cancellation of the one committee meeting.
okay.
Personnel committee canceled.
Yep, Personnel Committee meeting was canceled, which would have been under,
Meetings.
under future meetings number 13. Other than that, the agenda is as was posted last week. So looking for a motion, please.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Director Spear with a second from Director Brecken. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, next up are recognitions. Do we have any volunteers to come to the mic?
Start us off, John, yep.
Mr. Chair, I'm John Erickson. I am the archivist for Brainerd Public Schools, and I'm here this evening in that capacity. Approximately 3 weeks ago, I received an email from the children of Betty Alderman, who I knew from my many years living in this community and going to school with them as well. The email brought to my attention an offer to gift to the Brainerd Public Schools a piano. And the piano offer was conditioned upon the need to remove it from the Betty Alderman home, which was being emptied for purposes of sale at a closing to occur the following Wednesday. This is a piano that requires a little bit movement down a set of steps and fairly larger than the ordinary piano. And so I immediately contacted those who I report to in the school district, including the superintendent, Brian Stubbs, and Tim Catlett, and asked if this was something that should be pursued, and was told that I should pursue it to a point at least, to see if we could actually pull off this transfer. This was a challenge for us because the closing was a drop-dead closing on the following Wednesday morning. We were able to arrange through the efforts of any number of people agreeing that this should happen, and through the particular efforts of Jeff Flayton from Buildings and Grounds to arrange for the transport through people who are accustomed to moving pianos. And so we were able to move it out of the house, which had been emptied of everything else. Everything else in the house was gone. This was the last item in the house. And if there was anything left in the house, it was going to go to the cellar. So the piano was pretty important in Betty Alderman's life. She was a singer. She participated in vocal productions in the Brainerd Public Schools and around the city for 60-some years. She's now 98 years old and is not living in the home anymore. People may remember her as a very astute businesswoman, part of the Alderman hardware store in downtown Brainerd prior to its burning down. But she was a real giver in the sense of the community. And so with this, we were able to move the piano out of the house an hour before closing and move it down the street and into the Guichet Zive lobby. And now on the screen is a picture of the piano at its new home. This is a 1940 Chickering. It's about 80-some years old. It has a value of some $40,000. It is in excellent condition and will be available in the lobby of the GZ, not for people to walk up to and play. It's too valuable for casual plunking away at the chopsticks tunes on the piano. But it will be a great complement to those who may wish to have a reception or some event in the lobby itself. The Pickering was built by, the Chickering. This is a problem I've had with this piano from the beginning. It's a baby grand, and it was built by the Chickering Company in 1940. And it has had only really one owner that we're aware of, and that is Betty Alderman and the Alderman family. So we're very fortunate to have this particular instrument. Thanks to Betty Alderman, who her children want to be remembered for this gift to Brainerd Public Schools. Other than that, I have nothing further.
Great, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Good evening, I'm Tammy Stelmach, principal at Baxter Elementary School. I'm reading 2 celebrations tonight, one of them on behalf of Molly Rasky from Nisswa Elementary. Congratulations to Nisswa Elementary. They led a Socktober campaign this year and rocked it. They collected 821 socks. Pairs, I'm assuming. They've collected over 6,486 socks since 2015. The socks are delivered to the Lakes Area Women's Shelter and then also to the Brainerd High School. And they want to make a note that they know that everyone deserves new socks when the season gets cold. And then my other celebration is from Baxter Elementary School. Congratulations to one of my EAs, Kelly Hansen, for receiving being nominated as a semifinalist for the Education Minnesota Support Person of the Year. I've nominated people for many, many years for that award, so I'm really thrilled that one of my nominees got selected this year. There were 5 finalists and 4 semifinalists chosen out of all of the nominees throughout the state. So it's really a very prestigious award. And what I would say about Mrs. Hansen is she goes above and beyond each and every day in her role as an EA, working with children that have needs at Baxter Elementary School, covering the nurse's office, and then she's our lead person on the parent pickup line, and we load anywhere from 248 to 350 kids a day, and she's out there rain, sleet, and below zero weather, leading that charge with the walkie, calling in names. So we appreciate her, and this was quite the honor. She attended the award ceremony on October 28th. So thank you.
Cool.
All right, good evening. Jim Conrad, principal at Harrison Elementary. Just wanted to share some October students of the month that we had last month at our Warrior Gathering at the end of October. Our students of the month were Keith Oswald, Mason Shai, Sylvia Franzen, Willa Kriegel, Carter Rice, Felicity Geisenhoff, McKenna Conroy, Vina Tomke, Carter Skutnik, Emma Hubling, Jackson Reed, Tatum Gaken, Eddie Gorman, Aiton Erickson, Ella Tengwall, William Robb, Allison Wang, MJ Weiland, Ivy Morales, and Sophia Anderson. They all did a wonderful job showing preparedness at school, giving their best effort, and being all around wonderful students.
Great, thanks, Jim. Nice Victory Monday wardrobe there, too.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Brainerd High School and Activities Director, Mr. Freeman, and myself, we would like to congratulations to the Warrior Girls Tennis Team for being Section 8 AA champions and a state team qualifier. Lila Collins placed second at the section singles tournament, and she was also a state qualifier. Claire Erdahl and Erica Folden were the Section 8 AA doubles tournament champions and also state qualifiers. Mr. Freeman and I went down and cheered them on at state, and it was very, very exciting to see our girls tennis team return. Congratulations to our Warrior Girls Cross Country team. They finished as the Section 8 AAA second place and state qualifiers. Congratulations to cross country runner Ben Statham, who was a Section 8 AAA individual state qualifier. Congratulations to tennis coach Lisa Salo for being selected as the 8 AA Girls Tennis Coach of the Year. And also congratulations to cross country coach Casey Miller for being selected as the 8 AAA Girls Cross Country Assistant Coach of the Year. That's it from BHS.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, that covers all of that. We will move on to public input. I will read my little thingy that we have to read before we do public input every time. Public input is at the time for a member of the public to address the board. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Complaints or allegations against students or employees may not be discussed due to data privacy. Complaints or allegations must be submitted in writing to Superintendent Hahn. The Board of Education and Superintendent will not converse with guests to address the topics discussed at this time. So, Doug Kern, you're up first, sir.
I thought the lighting being turned down was mood lighting. I kind of, just for a second there. The policy is 606, 631 special meeting. I really appreciated that you guys had that meeting. Concerning the conversation, I love the conversation back and forth. State policy, state statutes, school policy were discussed. Concerning presenting pornographic material that was discussed, as it has been in the past. The discussion was very good. The thing that's concerning to me is how much pornographic material each grade level should have. To me, all the adults in the room should have said none, but that's time for another discussion. So when the next meeting is of this, I assume I got to leave here in just a minute, but I'll be listening to the meeting and see when the next meeting is for this discussion. So thank you. Thanks for having that meeting.
Thanks, Doug. Shirley Yeager, please.
Can I give my slot to someone who has to leave early?
Sure. Mark Olson, then.
Thank you. Mark Olson, Brainerd, Minnesota. Proverbs 12:17 says, "A righteous man declares the open truth, but an unjust witness is deceitful." I've been attending these board meetings for well over 3 years, and the second half of that proverb has been on display many times. Do we all make mistakes and miss the mark? Absolutely we do. We should not be doing it intentionally, though. On many occasions, the comments and actions of the administration and board have been less than truthful. First, there was no CRT, then masks were good for children. Then you say some pornography in the library books is good if it is limited. Then you insist that we the people adhere to policy 606, but on numerous instances, you refuse to follow it yourselves. Then when a library book is challenged, you stack the deck with the district employees to serve on the committee, all while pushing a phony narrative that the process is fair and truthful. The resource committee elected a chair, but the chair was never given an opportunity to run the meeting. The director of teaching and learning controlled the meeting, and once again, policy 606 was given a backseat to the process. Next, you tell us you're going to work on 606 and make it better. But what happened at that particular 4-hour meeting? The superintendent and director of teaching and learning once again ran the show. Instead of simplifying the process, you now make it even more difficult to challenge inappropriate library resources. This is nothing but stacking the deck to take advantage to your whole woke agenda. A community member provided a brief policy to use place 606, and I understand attention was given to it at the meeting. If you are going to call yourself educators, you might want to re-examine and claim and thoroughly apply it to your own action. Then District 181 will be a better place to improve the suffering reading and math scores. Policy 606 should simply be stated, if garbage comes in, garbage goes out. Then the extraordinary amount of time you've taken on this poor policy could have been better used more effectively for students you claim to care about. Thank you very much.
Rick Felt, please.
My name is Rick Felt, Brainerd, Minnesota, and I'm 1,000 years old. Now, that statement probably made you laugh, but there is absolutely no scientific test that you can do on a living body to prove its age. You have to really go by a birth certificate, and then I could even argue that maybe I am not that person on that birth certificate. Maybe I stole somebody's identity. The problem today is that there's deception that takes many different forms. When I went into the Army and I saw the horrors of war when I was serving my country, I really needed to know if God was real and if salvation was really true and if there was a heaven and a hell. Because I'll tell you one thing, in the films that I witnessed in the military, I saw the absolute horrors of evil, and that convinced me without a shadow of a doubt that there is evil in this world. So I actually began a real intense study of the Bible, and I've been studying it for over 50 years. And I'll be honest with you, when I first started studying it, I really couldn't believe some of the miracles that were listed in there. I really did believe that it was a book of fairy tales. But the more I studied the Bible and the more that I actually did my own research, I found with conclusive evidence that the Bible is indeed true. Now, within the last 20 years, we've actually had 2 men that were actually swallowed by a whale for 3 days and lived to tell about it. Their stories are published on the internet. If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself. We actually have conclusive evidence now that they found over 4 miles of chariots in the Red Sea where they crossed. They actually have evidence right now on the sea where they crossed. It tells us there was a pillar of fire and they had 2 inches of glass. It takes 3,200 degrees to melt sand into glass. So that pillar of fire was over 3,200 degrees. It's 2 inches thick and it's still there today, 5,000 years later. They found that when they pulled out the chariot axles and wheels and looked at them in the archives from the pyramids of Egypt, they found that they matched identical to the ones that were in there. My point is this, if God is real, we just pledged allegiance to one nation under God and everything, but at least 6 people that are in positions of power right now have absolutely no fear of the Lord. Jesus Christ has over 330 prophecies that were prophesied 800 years before he was born, that he fulfilled while his time on earth. So my question to you is this, if God is real, are you going to stand before him? And when he asks you, why did you allow those books to be in there? I believe these books are evil. And you're going to have to stand before him someday, and you're going to have to give an account. You're going to have to look him in the eye, and you're going to have to tell him. And the other point I'd like to make, is this really the legacy that you want to leave?
Thanks, Rick. That's 3 minutes. Have a good evening. Shirley Yeager, please.
This year, I became aware of an issue plaguing our whole country, the realization that sexually explicit and other types of controversial materials have invaded the school libraries. I decided to get involved. I want to publicly thank Principal John Anderson and Media Specialist Robin Knudsen for willingly removing a number of books from the Forest View Middle School Library so we didn't have to file nearly as many complaints, but the work isn't finished. The school board is writing a new library policy, Policy 631, a breakaway policy from 606. It covers just library materials. I have reviewed the first draft. I was surprised at some of the content. This district has been hemorrhaging students for several years now, and there are valid reasons for it. This new policy is going to tell the public what direction you are heading. Do you have our kids' best interests at heart or not? I am going to point out one thing I read in the new policy draft. There is a statement under Roman numeral 5, section B, called selection of library materials. It says it will use other sources to help choose books for the libraries. And then it says, this may include reputable material reviews, publisher catalogs, vendor databases, award lists, appropriate review services, all identified by the American Library Association. All these sources will be recommended by the ALA. I want the public to hear some published information about the ALA. The president, Emily Drabinski, has openly described herself as a Marxist lesbian. At the Socialism 2023 conference in Chicago, she asked attendees to turn schools and libraries into centers of radical agitation. Drabinski believes libraries play a part in what she calls the public project of raising children, and plans to use her queerness to subvert normal family types and denounce, in her words, the Christo-fascist right. I don't have a problem with being a lesbian. I have a problem with it being forced on those who aren't inclined. This policy is listing the ALA as a primary source for choosing books. I believe the ALA agenda goes against the values of most people in this community, and I would venture to say that if this district continues in this direction, it may hemorrhage a lot more students. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Cohn, please.
Good evening. I'm a concerned Brainerd citizen and taxpayer who loves children, and I'm confident that you all do too. This board tends to use state-provided policies and plans. I'd just like to read a short quote from the Minnesota Department of Education's summary of their strategic plan. Quote, "The Minnesota Department of Education's strategic plan is student-centered and anchored in equity, diversity, and inclusion. It strives to remove barriers to student success, eliminate systemic racism, promote anti-racist and anti-biased practices throughout school communities, expand opportunities, enhance family caregiver guardian engagement, et cetera, unquote. Are there some fundamental educational topics missing from that summary? Where are the vital topics such as writing, reading, history, or mathematics? Is this following a Marxist agenda? It has been claimed that there's no such thing as critical race theory being taught. Yet the bulk of the state strategic plan focuses on just that, race and identity. There also seems to be an inordinate amount of focus on the sexualization of our children in public education, as has been demonstrated many times at previous school board meetings. Do you realize that the veil has been lifted and that everyone can see what is going on here? Citizen awareness, taxpayer awareness has been heightened. We are tired of funding our own demise. Think I'm crazy? C.S. Lewis said once, "When the whole world is running towards a cliff, he who is running the opposite direction appears to have lost his mind."
Thank you. Di Smith, please.
Good evening. Shirley Yeager and I had nothing to do with each other with what we drew up here, although we really ran parallel. Emily Drabinski, she is the president of the American Library Association. She described herself at a recent conference as a Marxist lesbian, and she stated that public education needs to be a site of socialist organizing along with school libraries. What might that be? At this conference, they advocated abolishing the family, replacing moms and dads with collective parenting, whatever that is, and forming mass movements to protect children's right to engage in prostitution. That's unadulterated evil. The conference concluded with a radical drag show along with a screening of the pre-Echo terrorist movie, How to Blow Up a Pipeline. How does this serve our kids we are trying to educate? Why am I telling you this? It represents the kind of people that wields enormous influence over our public schools. It reveals the agendas that are behind the perversion of our culture and our public education. The radicals are quite open about this. But by now, we all know about the tangles and snares of your 606 policy. It has a very chilling effect on our efforts to remove filthy books from libraries. You all sit here in various positions for the purpose of educating our children. Well, let's educate them. I trust none of you faced complex issues like this while you were trying to navigate your educational years. Educating our kids mean that we give them the skills to read, the skills to write, and the skills to do math. When we provide good books, one can travel the world. Writing allows them to express themselves. Math allows them to learn to budget so they can live within their means. Imagine that. I'm not stating anything new here. We are well aware of our responsibility to our kids. Our eyes have been open, and we cannot unsee the obvious realities of the dangers facing us. Can we come together, we the people, for the sake of our future generations? Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. Next is, I might get the last name wrong, but Doreen, is it Island?
She might be in the other room.
Takes a second for the stream to come through too. I hope you paid less for those seats.
It's a good group back there. Bunch of educators. First of all, I'm going to say that late, great Ruth Ginsburg said, sometimes you have to speak up even if your voice shakes. And I am quite passionate about this. I am going to quote sections of Policy 606, just portions, and it is about the objects of selection. It is to reflect all racial, ethnic, cultural, age, gender, and ability diversities. Part 2C states a strong effort will be made to place principle above personal opinion and reason above prejudice. Section D says, with the selection, the works should be considered by the impact of each work as a whole, not out of context. The Supreme Court in 1982 wrote that the First Amendment, which is our freedom of speech amendment, if you're not aware, does limit school officials' authority to remove books, as it infringes on students' rights to receive ideas and information. They also stated school personnel are limited in their power to restrict simply because they disagree with the content. In the last several years, efforts to ban books have increased. In this year alone, it is up 38% from last year. This movement appears to be a coordinated campaign over the last 3 years. The books primarily targeted are those that most often address race, gender, or both. In a recent survey in October of this year, the Public Religion Research Institute, along with the Brookings Institute, found that most Americans oppose banning books. In fact, 88%, nearly 9 out of 10. We are at a critical juncture right now in our country where our freedoms are under attack daily. We, as a people, as a group, as a community, must engage in civil discord at school board meetings. We must also deal with our differences in respectful ways. The basis for parents' rights can also be allowed as well without limiting the options for other students. We must meanwhile be vigilant. We must speak up in support of the idea of freedom. Freedom of speech, different ideas, and a commitment to civics education and political participation. Lastly, I would like to state that we need to leave selection to the delegated and very dedicated professional staff of our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doreen. Bob Gross.
So my name is Bob Gross. I live in on Gull Lake. My grandkids were attending here a while back. They don't anymore, but I'll go into that later. But one thing I can all agree on here is none of us would be here in this room if we didn't love our kids. Part of loving kids is feeding them a healthy diet. Let's say we are feeding kids apples. Apples are good, even great. Yet how many people here would eat a rancid apple? Do you have to eat the whole apple first to know if it's rancid? Of course not. How many people would feed that apple to kids? Most parents in Crow Wing County are conservatives. They understand right and wrong at the heart level. They know when cutting open an apple if it's rancid or not. They don't feed rancid apples to their kids. You represent these parents. These parents actually love their kids. They serve their kids healthy apples and books. What I'm asking here is for you to please love our kids. Do the right and proper thing. Please don't serve rancid apples to our kids. And my grandkids were part of the Brainerd School District, and some rancid apples were served, and they're not there anymore. They're homeschooled. But I still love the Brainerd School District. I spent 7th, 8th, and 9th grade in this building. Bob Gross was my principal, my same name. And so I'm here to fight for the kids. Love you guys.
Thank you. Terry Frovick, please.
Good evening. Terry Frovick. I'm a retired Lutheran clergy up in Lakeshore, Nisswa area. Just want to share a personal experience that I had with my daughter many years ago. The movie Footloose came out, and when my daughter said, "Dad, let's go to a movie," I said, "Hey, yes, let's go." I had no idea what I was going to go see. But, and I loved the music right away. It was fun. But there was a scene in Footloose where Ariel, who was the daughter of the Baptist clergy, was in a fight with her ex-boyfriend. He was very jealous about a new kid coming into town. And he was either stoned or drunk. And he started pushing this girl around and almost hit her a couple of times. He slapped her, but he could have done worse. And we both saw that scene, and I, wondered what my daughter thought about it. So at the end of the movie, "What do you think, Sarah?" She looked at me and she said, "Dad, I'm not going to use drugs." This is a 13-year-old sharing that information to her dad. I thought that was awesome. What I'm trying to say is education is this amazing thing that happens to us. Information comes in all the time, and we have been given the ability to filter out bad things. And that movie helped my daughter do some filtering. And I think nurturing our kids in many ways will help them with those filters. And so thank you to the school board and those who are working on the filter system. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. Moving on to the approval of the minutes from our last regular school board meeting on October 9th.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion from Director Spear with a second from Director Dondelinger. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we'll move along then to the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion, we approve the consent calendar. I'll second.
We have a motion from Director Brecken with a second from Director Spear. Discussion. Director Hyman?
Yeah, I just have one question, and I'm hoping that Marcy or maybe Dr. Hahn can answer it. I noticed in the check register that we wrote a couple of what I consider to be fairly large checks to the Bemidji School District, and I can't remember if it was Grand Rapids. One of them, I think one of them was for like 50,000 and one of them was 30,000. It just caught my eye, that's all. Why are we writing a check out to another school district? That's
More
all.
than likely, it's tuition billing, and it's going to be students who are receiving care and treatment services.
Okay,
So we own the
Gotcha.
educational service to that student
gotcha.
as they're placed.
So we're writing checks to Bemidji?
Yeah.
So our kids are going to Bemidji?
They're placed in a care and treatment facility.
Gotcha.
Which then the district still has responsibility for the educational
Okay.
component, so it's done through state tuition billing.
Yeah.
So the state actually issues that tuition bill to us, and
Yeah.
that's what's being paid.
It just seemed kind of, so
some
good, okay.
Care and treatment services are very expensive.
Yeah, I know.
And so that's our responsibility, it's state law kind of type of deal?
Yes, because they're a resident of the Brainerd district.
Is this, I know we can't talk about individual people, so let's pretend that someone's going to Sioux Falls for treatment. So would that be for drugs, alcohol? What constitutes that? I mean, what kind of treatment is there other treatments?
I would say
Violence treatment
The
or?
majority of the treatments we're seeing right now are mental health based, or potentially behavioral based.
So that could be any of those things.
It could be a large variety of reasons, yes.
I'm assuming we get an itemization, or not?
Actually, the tuition is calculated by the state.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
going to be based upon the services they're identifying to meet the students' needs.
Okay.
Do we get reimbursed for that by the state?
Depends on the special education pieces of it. If there's special education attached to it, there's reimbursement that comes with that. And then students that are receiving, we actually have care and treatment here in the Brainerd district as well. So there's a similar thing that happens to other districts as students come into our district.
So we're getting checks from other school districts?
For students that are
For
placed.
Okay, okay.
Because we have that level 4 facility, does that include a lot of the students that come from outside the district that go there?
We have a level 4 facility that has students coming from out of the district. We have a transition program that has students coming from out of the district. In addition, our Lincoln Education Center houses a care and treatment program as well.
Right, so those are actual revenue sources for the district.
Potentially, yes.
And does Brainerd provide educational experiences for kids in Port?
Yes, that's the care and treatment component.
Okay.
Over at our level 4, that's correct.
Good question. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Director Ward?
thank you. I always like to check the grants and donations that we receive each month, and this month, some significant money donations have come from Dorcas. Excuse me, the Dorcas Community Center and from the Brainerd Lions. But there's been a number of churches that have also, and a number of people, individuals that have also donated to both the high school and the Forest View Middle School pantry. And right now, the need is great. And so I'd like to just, point that out and salute those folks that are continuing in our community, their giving to others. So I wanted to recognize that.
Great, thank you, Director Ward.
How do you give to that deal? I saw that my sister gave something. Like, do you just go to the foundation? Do you just go to the school? Do people know that they can do that?
Are you asking specifically about the pantry?
Okay, let's just say you had a jacket, like a winter jacket. Could you just drop it off at school, or do you call first, or how's it?
We have collaborative workers at our school for some of those instances like that are gathering hats, coats, mittens, boots.
people
And
know?
actually, Crystal Cleaners, we do a lot of advertising. Crystal Cleaners actually does all the cleaning of the coats. So they'll do a huge coat drive, and then we do a coat distribution. That's typically Sertoma, the Sunrise Sertomas do a lot with coat distribution. Right now for our Warrior Warehouse or our pantries, we do a lot of that on social media, and then we have collection dates. Actually, there's a business in town that's hoping to do more of a stuff the bus for the pantries. So we did a stuff the bus for school supplies. But I think as they step forward, and then there's a lot that happens through the donations. Sarah Spear, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I think she's going to make a pretty large announcement about a very generous donation to the foundation. So multiple avenues. But I agree, actually, John. Director Ward stole some of my thunder for the superintendent's report because we've had a lot
We'll have
of.
to get the Nisswa sock collectors to get
Yeah,
on
it's
this
October.
project.
Well, I would say, I'm sure it's more than just one person, whoever has been involved in the social media promotion, particularly of the Warrior Pantry thing. It was really, really well done. It was all over the place.
Yep.
And I thought that was, especially over the weekend, I caught a lot of that. Any
You
other?
can always contact the district office and they'll get directed to the right spot.
Director?
In the CIP goals,
Mhm.
goal number 3 is student attendance positively impacts student achievement. So looking at attendance protocols for staff, students, guardians to follow in regard to attendance for the school. So it says a goal from attendance to go from 54.25 to 70.55. I thought last meeting we were at 67%.
So you're looking, the one you're referencing is in your consent packet. That's a specific CIP, one cheater from Brainerd High School.
Yeah, I
And
know
what
that.
they're looking at is the high school data that's reported is our state goal is 90% of kids attend 90% of the time.
I saw
And
that.
that statistic that's there is, I think it's 55.4 or 54.5.
54.25.
Right, so you're looking at 54.25 students the previous year, so you're looking at 2021 data. Only attended 90%, or 55% of them attended 90% of the time.
So this isn't last year's data?
It's a year behind, because our attendance data will lag through MDE, but it was, so you're looking the year post-COVID.
So this is the year after COVID?
Mhm. But attendance is a significant concern, which is why we spent so much time on the attendance policy. You gotta come to school.
It's 54.5%? So
Attend
what
90
happens? Do these kids get kicked out then, or what do you do?
Well, we do the best we can to keep them in the building and educate them. We're partnering with the county. But attendance is a huge deal.
Wow, that's just
And this is
unbelievable.
just at Brainerd High School, though.
That's specific. So the previous board meeting, you approved all the SIP goals for each site. The BHS one page was not in that packet. That's why it was in your consent. So
So
there
that was the I suppose the lower grades, the attendance is better?
typically tends to be better in elementary, and you start to see it diminish through middle school and high school. And again, that's where some of the complaints you've been receiving about being more strict with attendance and excused and unexcused absences. We've always had that policy, but now it's really looking at how do you enforce that. If we want to improve achievement, kids need to be in the building, attending school. So the high school's making a very concerted effort.
I think it plays into, DJ, it plays into what I felt was a very well-stated soliloquy that you did at the last meeting about that.
Oh, at the end?
Yeah, I think it's really, really important. I mean, you can talk about all these other things as we try to tackle literacy, test scores, student behavior. It's really hard to improve any of that if they're not here. And the only way we can effectively govern that as a board is through policy. And already, I show up tonight and I'm already getting pushback from people that don't like the fact that we're trying to get the kids into buildings. I'm sure everybody that's sitting out there is like, well, who would be against that? You would be amazed. That people want the ultimate flexibility, not realizing that we have to write a policy that covers 6,300 kids, not Bob Johnson's kids or whatever, right? So it's definitely tricky for sure.
The disaster is what it is. I mean, you couldn't be on the hockey team. You couldn't be on the soccer team. Those girls that went to tennis, I guarantee you that they didn't miss half the practices, or they wouldn't have been there. First of all, they wouldn't have been good enough. They wouldn't have been in good enough shape. And on top of it, the coach would never put up with it, I don't think. So I don't understand how we put up with that. I guess, I don't know, maybe your hands are tied, but can you imagine if you went to the doctor, the 54% of the time they didn't show up for work? Or the people that clean your teeth, or fix your car. Well, those, they're gonna show up, I'll tell you that much, right? I'll go over their house and pick them up. But, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, wow. It's a bad precedent, and it doesn't bode well for those people in the future. If you can only make it half the time, then what are you gonna do when you're an adult? It's not, it's a recipe for a tough life is what it is. That's too bad. All right, answer that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Consent calendar is approved. We now move on to presentations. We will bring up Lori Wigg and Sheila DeChantal for the Battle of the Books presentation, please.
You guys want this one?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm going to put our slide deck on. I'm Lori Wigg. I'm a retired educator, 36 years. I'm also the co-director of Battle of the Books for Brainerd Public Schools. Most of the years of my education system were in Brainerd, 31 years. And
I'm Sheila DeChantal. I'm president of the Friends of Brainerd Public Library. And yeah, we're here to talk about Battle of the Books.
so this all started fall of 2022, actually in the summer of 2022. And Sheila is going to tell a little bit about where this idea came from.
So this started after one of our events called Wine and Words. Lori was part of that team, and she came up afterwards with her teacher education, and she just felt strongly that we should be doing something for our students. I told her it could not be called Wine and Words. But, you know, I kind of tossed around what she was saying, that we really weren't. We do a lot of programs through Friends of the Library. We're doing different things for different ages. But we really weren't really kind of getting involved in our kids. I think there's obviously a lot of opportunity there for all age groups. But this particular event just kind of told Lori, well, let's toss that around. So we started meeting and talking a little bit about it and coming up with some crazy ideas, and they were really big and crazy. And then it was fall of 22 when myself and some of the other library staff went to what's called the Minnesota Library Association. Last year it was in Duluth. I went into a session called Battle of the Books, not knowing what I was going to do, but the word battle I thought was really cool, and didn't know what it was really going to be about. And it was something the cities is doing, and actually if you look it up, it's kind of
nationwide.
Nationwide. I love the idea. It was basically kind of giving kids, putting books in kids' hands. They read them, and then at the end of a certain amount of time, they meet and they kind of battle. In my head, I envisioned kind of like Family Feud, where you hit the buzzer and you have the answer. And it was covering all the things we wanted to do. It was putting books in kids' hands. It was having them read. It was having them work together as a team. It was just, you know, strengthening reading skills and just creating social, just all the things. You could just keep stacking on top of stacking. So I brought that idea back to Lori and said, here's what I just sat through. What can we do with this? And so we slowly started to form what became Battle of the Books.
So our original plan, when Sheila came back and talked to me about it, my educator hat was on, and my biggest concern was letting the kids just read and then come back and play a game about it. As a English language arts teacher, I know what all of our English language arts teachers do. They teach the book. They make sure that there are opportunities to visit and discuss all the different themes. And I was really concerned about just handing away books and saying, okay, we'll see you in a few months. Additionally, part of my education, my role in education, in especially the last 2 years, was to try and help close COVID gaps. So our battle plan was very different from the one that was at the national level. So you'll see that we decided we'd have 2 sets of 4 books, and it was going to be for summer reading. One of the sets of books was for grades 3 through 7, the other for 5 through 7 with a few more mature themes. Our goal at that time was 40 readers per set, a total of 80 kids. We weren't really sure how we were going to get them, but that's what the other group had done, so that's what we thought. I was hoping I'd get a few teachers to lead discussions, and the biggest goal was to meet and tie this to the Brainerd Public Library. This wasn't a district initiative to start with. This was a Brainerd Public Library and the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library. Also, one of the things that I believe is that it's important for kids to see authors as rock stars. When you're sitting in a classroom and you have books all around you, those are thoughts of people. And so if we could get our kids to meet authors and be inspired by their words that are written and also the words that they could write themselves, it would be great. And then, of course, the game at the end. So in the winter, I sent the idea to the Brainerd Public Schools. I sent it to Brainerd Public Schools Foundation, just wondering maybe they'd want to be involved. I also reached out to the Minnesota Writers Directory. We have an amazing slew of incredible authors in this state. And before long, the Brainerd Public Schools Foundation let me speak at the big event. And in 3 minutes, I spoke. They said I could have 3 minutes. And I received $1,200 towards the initiative, which was pretty exciting. And at that event, Heidi said, you know what, Lori? Can we, and Jessica Hopajoki, can we open this wide? And I said, well, what do you mean? Can we invite everybody? And we had just had a big, huge meeting learning about equity. And I started to think about that. How could we pick 80 kids? That's not really fair. So I said, really wide? And they go, invite everybody. So I did. I went out to the schools and with authors in tow on some of them, Aaron Downing, Art Colson, and Bill Durbin are 3 of the authors of our books. We went to every school and I presented to the children and I let them choose. I invited them to read with me, with teachers all summer and meet the authors. So the next few slides will show you what the kids saw, a little bit of it. Battle of the Books, yes, but Brainerd's will be much more, a summer reading extravaganza. We told them it would be fun, laughter, and thinking about books all summer long. Well, that, you know, it's easy to say that, and it's like, how are we going to get them there? So the method that we did was to read the books, discuss the books, and meet the authors. The books that you see up there are for our grades 3 through 7. I'm sure you're wondering how we chose these titles. These books represent a variety of themes and genres, and I'll talk about those in just a minute, but many of them are Minnesota authors. That's where we started. Additionally, we started with Minnesota State Standards, which say that our books that we choose in education need to be mirrors and windows of the people that are in our schools. So we wanted to make sure that the children were exposed to people just like them, and they also learn about the lives of other folks too. The second set of books for our upper kids was this set, although the third one over got changed because we couldn't get it, but Margie Preuss still came. And you'll see across there, you'll see Holocaust and, well, we'll talk about those themes. But Sheila said, Lori, how are we going to get them to come in the summer? And I said, well, I'm a teacher. What do you think? And she said.
So I was just thinking, it's hard enough to get kids, you know, it's summer. It's, you know, awesome in Minnesota. So I thought, what are we going to do to help actually want kids to come to these sessions during summer and read a book? So I said, I think they need food. They definitely need to have food. And Lori was like, that's not my wheelhouse. Like, well, I think it might be mine. So I went out to our local restaurants and kind of shared with them the vision, and it was just amazing, just like what happened with the schools. It was just amazing how many restaurants just loved that this was something for the kids in our community, and they donated. So obviously, you're probably going to be talking about that, about how much bigger it got than what we thought.
This is also in our slide deck that we gave to the children. What does a reader need to do? Pick up the books in June. Read the books with their eyes or ears. One of the pieces of equity, we did not want this to be about the ability to read. There are a lot of children out there who can't struggle to read a page, but they can comprehend 2 years above if they're just listening. So we took out that piece of struggle. We wanted to make sure that they weren't just, they were thinking about the book. It wasn't about the ability to read. Many of the children actually were able to listen to the books through audio, and many parents read them out loud to their children. We asked them to attend as many events as possible, but it was summer, so it wasn't a requirement, and to prepare to battle mid-August and then to battle. And we always told them it was 100% free. So over 2,000 children, students were introduced to it. And when we started out this summer, 400 sets of books went out to teacher leaders and the families at the beginning of the summer. We gave them at the library, and we gave them at the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library bookstore in the mall. And readers, most of them signed up for the library summer reading program, and anything that they did for our program counted for their program, so they were double dipping in prizes and activity. All the discussions, they met every single author. All 8 authors joined us, most of them in person. Snacks and meals were provided at all 14 events. And we emailed them text reminders and RSVPs continually all summer, and I swear that was the key. The constant communication of letting parents know, hey, today we're meeting at 3 o'clock at the high school, don't forget. Additionally, for our summary, as you can see, 159 actively participated in set 1, 62 boys and 97 girls. You can see the number of students from each school. And then Battle Set 2 was only open to middle school level kids, so that's why it only says Forest View. And then a few others that came from, actually, I couldn't remember if they were homeschooled, but it was 86 actively participated all summer, 29 boys and 57 girls. So these kids were fed every single time they came. And it didn't just happen to be that I had a few members of ISD 181 staff. I had 18 members for set 1 and 13 for set 2, highly educated people who led the discussions. They work with kids constantly. They showed up all the time, and the reader to leader ratio was about 10 to 1. The themes you can see: Mars exploration, family love and loss, friendships, Chinese immigration, racism, rising above adversity, personal talents, Cherokee culture and beliefs, and protection of animals. That was for grades 3 through 7. And on the right-hand side, grades 5 through 7, family love and loss, mistakes, forgiveness, Irish immigration, protection of animals, natural resources, perseverance, confidence, bravery, World War II, and the Holocaust. So let's get to the good stuff. The kids, the food, Mickey's donating sandwiches, Nick Miller's little guy getting his pasta, our beautiful volunteers, and also some of our teachers. There was always a teaching moment. This was in June for one of our stories. It was a fictional story about a robot, so we dove into NASA. Small group discussion with Wendy Becker, one of our authors. Another small group discussion. We used the high school. And of course, game playing. You have to have some games revolving around their book knowledge. All the games that we played then led into the battle in September. This is one of our last events. This was August 30th. This was held at Harrison, and you can see Art Colson, our Cherokee author. He came, and thanks to Harrison, they allowed us to use their gym. You can see we're packed at the end of August. And Walmart provided the entire meal that day. And they also brought hundreds of classic books, and the kids could have as many as they wanted. Over 200 actively participated all throughout the summer, and the public library summer reading program flourished. The grand battle was held on Tuesday, September 12th. This one was at Forest View, and you can see the game Kahoot there. Unfortunately, our numbers dropped off a little bit because it was during the school week. We really didn't know when we should do the grand battle. We thought that summer would be too hard, so we shot for a Tuesday because then we didn't have to worry about transportation, worried about equity for transportation. And we did have a large number of kids. You can see how excited they were. And they had their team names and their team groups. They had formed those in August. The social aspect became very large. I love to see the boys and the girls working together on their knowledge. We had games that were for groups, and we also had individual games, and you can see Henry winning his $100 bill. His dad told one of the other teachers that he had reread 2 books the night before. And of course, there's Brody. Brody was pretty excited, and they all got their certificates, and he was second place, winning $80. Just under 200 kids participated in the individual and group grand battles. Prizes included $20 Visa gift cards from Deerwood Bank and cash prizes donated by GLS Promotions, who had printed our t-shirts. Additionally, every single kiddo received 2 more books, one of them the top choice of graphic novel, and they had $10 of their choice at their local school book fairs, which I'm not done with. Nisswa hasn't done theirs yet, and Garfield hasn't gotten theirs yet. But the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library, 187 times 10. You should see those kids picking out their choices. We made them read and stretch their brains, and now they got to choose. And it had to be a book, couldn't be any toy. This speaks volumes. These are our people who donated. One slide, and here's our second. Every single kid got meals every single time they came. The community was just unbelievable to us. These were our goals, and we accomplished all of them. A unified community-wide effort to promote summer reading, free and inexpensive books into the hands of our readers, develop community and friendships through reading common books, help readers learn more about themselves and others through diverse books, share and grow the use of all of our Brainerd Public Library offerings, and promote the use of online free reading. Our schools have Sora, and the library has Hoopla, and so we wanted them to know that you can always read, no matter where you are, and almost every parent has a device. Inspire readers by introducing them to authors. They met all 8. And a big thing, we wanted to build reading momentum for the school year. We gave those books out the night of the battle, and I had a mom email me and say, she already read the graphic novel. I'm like, okay, awesome. And then to build awareness and membership of the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library and all they do for our community. So we are excited. Through the halfway point of the summer, we asked parents for feedback. Got great feedback, did some modifications and changing to reflect what they asked, have done the same in the end, and out of the 187 kids who battled that day, 95% of them said they'll be back this year. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Director Ward.
Lori.
Oh.
Would you please give and Sheila, give yourselves a plug of how people in this community can help? Or donate and...
Okay. I had one of my parents about a month ago, she asked, will you take donations? And I said, absolutely. And she asked where they should go. And I said, the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library. And last Friday, we received a check for $5,000.
Wow.
Our parents have really been supportive. The emails that I get, the happy things. So this is a program that we offer to every single child, and it definitely fits a niche for kids, for some of our kids. it should be for all of our kids, but there are some kids who just want to read and discuss and talk about big and beautiful topics. I've never been so proud of a group of kids when they discussed the missing piece of Charlie O'Reilly and talked about forgiveness and love and rising above mistakes. It's been wonderful. I hope that we get the same number of educators. We are looking at this next year and talking about how we can move forward. We're talking about streamlining things. We had 14 different events. We need to maybe cut that down a little bit so parents can make sure that they come. But everybody that really participated, the 250 kids who were there, want to be back. We really want to open this up too and grow it. One of the saddest things was when my 7th graders looked at me and said, "It was really fun, Mrs. Wig. I'm sorry, but now we can't be in it anymore." And I said, no. We're going to open that. I would really like to see this. That's where this should go, that the kids start picking the books, the topics, and then I facilitate. What authors do you want to see? What do you want to talk about? What is important in this world to have good discourse around? That's what our teachers do all the time. So I'm able to take this in the summer, and I'm able to, what was really good about being an educator and a retired educator was that I could do the same types of things that our teachers do from September to May, and I could get it ready for summer. And then those educators, when they came in, they had to read books and meet with kids, and the smiles on their faces, they love it. I didn't have to fight to get people to come. So to do that background and to do that legwork and get it ready was just a blessing to me and a great thing to do with my retirement.
Mr. Chair.
Director Ward.
Thank you. So, Lori and Sheila, so people, we're not going to pass the hat tonight, but maybe we should. But so people can go to the library, write a check, and in the memo write Battle for Books. Isn't that the correct process?
That would be one way. Friends of the Brainerd Public Library, it would have to be written to the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library.
All right.
Because they are the entity that we work through.
Easy to do. Go to the library, write Friends of the Brainerd Library, memo, Battle for the Books, and people can donate that way.
Yes,
Okay.
and thank you to Director Ward for that. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, to me, the most fascinating thing was watching the kids with the authors.
Yeah.
Loved every second of it. And I think you gave us a statistic of once area authors or authors around the state or region started to hear what was happening, you've had authors approach you. And you kind of were looking at an RFP process. I know initially when I talked about it, you had maybe had it out there a week or two and you had 19 different authors approach you. I don't know where that number's at now.
So in looking for authors for this year, last year was a lot of work because I had to do a lot of the research myself. And so I am connected to a Facebook group that is middle-level teachers and middle-level authors throughout Minnesota and nationwide. And Erin Downing connected me to them. So I gave them a little blurb and some information from the Brainerd Public, or from the Dispatch. And I said, this is what we did. Would you be interested? We have 35 authors who have sent us their information, and it helped me out because I sent out a Google form and they filled in all the information, their name, their email, their website, their costs, their genre, everything that I needed. And so I brought those titles, the ones that I felt were worthy, to the children. And so the students went through many of the titles, and now I'm reading all the books, and I'm finishing one today that I know they are going to love. But they want to be a part of it. They want choice. And when you look at our Minnesota State standards, that too is a huge part of what we do. When children own what they read, when they can choose, that is the most powerful. Also, these books were theirs to keep. There's power in owning books. And so these children got to keep their 4 sets, or set of 4. Many of them were signed by the authors. And then for them, the big eyes at those book fairs, and checking out or picking out their own book was powerful, extremely powerful.
Any other questions? Director Heidman.
Yeah, just a comment. money follows good ideas. And this is a damn good idea. So,
Thank you.
Continued success, because everyone says, there's not enough money to do this, do that, but money always finds a way when there's good ideas. And this sounds like it was something very important for 250-plus children this summer. And I'm sure you'd like to obviously expand that.
We would love to grow
I
it,
mean, literacy is so important.
but then at the same time, to ask our communities, like we fed, every time Sheila would say, what's our count today? And I'd say 150. And so she would turn to our community and, Chef Mike, 150 walking tacos, for the kids. Every time she'd say, what's our count? Bayadella came through 2 different pastas and Caesar salad and breadsticks for the kids. I mean, it just kept coming and coming and coming. But yes, let's grow it and let's make sure that these kids can read. And throughout the summer, there are some of our children who have nothing. Nothing. They sit at home. That's why the high school was so central and it was so important, because they could bike there, they could walk there. And so this was something that everybody could do. And almost everybody could get there. Additionally, we offered in terms of equity, we had a 3 to 4:30 slot, then we had a break, and we had a 6 to 7:30 slot. For our working parents and our non-working parents, or parents who work during the day, or our parents who work at night. We really tried to make sure that this was good for all kids and that it was available for them. So. And if you have any ideas or suggestions, send them my way. I still do have a school email address. They let me have it. They cut it off for a little bit, but they gave it back.
You turned it back on.
I
So
wish we
Lori
could do that for some other people.
Lori.wig@isd181.org. Thank you so much for your time. I know I
Director
overstepped.
Spear, did you have something?
I did. I just wanted to say, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize that the passion and the vision behind this came from the 2 of you, so thank you.
Next up, we have the presentation from Sourcewell.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Dane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board, and thank you for having us tonight. My name is Paul Drange. I'm the Chief Regional Solutions Officer at Sourcewell. And to my right is Cindy Swanson. I'll let her introduce herself in just a few minutes here. But I just wanted to give a little bit of a context to our visit this evening. We don't have any slides, but we do have handouts I gave to all the board members and Superintendent Hahn, and I had extra. So if anyone's interested in grabbing one, they're on the chair right behind me. And if anyone here wants to grab one, they certainly can. So I mentioned we're from Sourcewell, and we are your regional service cooperative, and a lot of our work we do revolves around serving school districts in our region. And last spring, we offered up to every superintendent in our region that we would be open to coming to visit at a school board meeting and just giving some information to school boards about our partnership with your school and to cover some of the services and partnership opportunities we've done with school boards if they'd like us to come. So Cindy and I were in Pillager over the summer visiting with Superintendent Malmberg and his board. And we've also been to 3 or 4 other school districts. And in the last couple months, Superintendent Hahn said, hey, Paul, I'd like you to come and visit with our school board and just give a general overview of Sourcewell and cover some of the services and, like I said, partnerships that we cover in working with Brainerd Public Schools. So tonight worked out. It's great to see a nice audience here, and we're excited to share. So I know you've got a lot left to cover. We'll try to be brief, but we will answer questions if you have them. And what we'll do is I'll cover an overview of Sourcewell in general, and then I'll turn it over to Cindy to speak more specifically about some of the things we're doing directly with Brainerd. Cassidy Rice, who's a resident of your district and has 2 sons in the school, is our director of our Education Solutions team. She wasn't able to be with us tonight, but she's very involved in the district, and frankly, you're lucky to have her living here too. So briefly, what you can see on the Who is Sourcewell side is what I'm referring to right now of what you've got. We were created by state statute in the 1970s. We've talked a lot about reading tonight, and if you're having trouble sleeping, I'd suggest statute 123A.21 for nighttime reading. Might help you with your sleeping. But in all seriousness, that is where the language that created service cooperatives lives within state statute. We were originally called Educational Cooperative Service Units, created in the interest of helping school districts do things in partnership or in combination that are difficult for them to do on their own. That is the spirit of why we exist. Later in the 80s, our names were changed from EXUs to service cooperatives, and the legislation was changed to include cities, counties, and other units of government. So we currently work with counties, we work with cities, we can work with nonprofits, and of course, our core work is with school districts in our region. So as you can see by the map, Sourcewell serves a 5-county area that includes Crow Wing, where we're at tonight, of course, Cass, Morrison, Todd, and Wadena counties. And every city that's within those 5 county boundaries, and all 23 school districts and special ed cooperatives, as well as, of course, those 5 counties. We are a unit of government, and we are governed by elected officials in the same way that the Brainerd Public Schools is. We have an 8-member board. 6 members of that board are school district members, and 2 are from other public agencies or other entities that I just described that we serve. And I just thought I'd list those out real quick so you knew where they were from. Julia Kicker is on our board. She's a school board member at Monaga. Sharon Teal is on our board. She's a school board member from Bertha Hewitt Schools. And then the next 2 I'm going to mention represent the sub-district that Brainerd is a part of. So Sarah Nagel, who's the board chair at Pillager, is on the Sourcewell board. And Linda Arts is on our board, and she is a board member at the Walker Hackensack Akeley Public School. And then we have Douglas Dahlberg from Little Falls Public Schools, Chris Kircher from Swanville Public Schools, and then the last 2 seats are those other elected officials. So Greg Zilka, who happens to be our board chair, is the mayor of Little Falls. He's on our board. And then many of you probably know Steve Barros. He is a Crow Wing County Commissioner, and he also serves on our board as well. So those 8 board members, like I said, govern us, and we have monthly board meetings, much in the same way a school board would. Another important point to make is we don't have any taxing or levying authority. We have to create our funding through program service fees. So we have to create buy-in and create value for our members based on their needs. So we have advisory committees. We listen to the needs that they have, the services they'd like us to create, and then we work with our staff and our teams to create those services and then their access, through members. So today, as it mentions, we serve education, government, nonprofit agencies, and our real goal is to boost community and student success, and then provide those services that are needed based on what the members tell us they need. That is our goal. So there's really a 3-pronged approach to that. Locally, we do a lot of work with, and Cindy will dive deep into this for you in just a moment. We deliver training, professional development, services for school districts. We do a lot of contracted services with our counties. We license all the private in-home daycare providers within our 5-county area in partnership with those 5 counties. It's a great partnership we have with them. We also do a lot of zoning administration work for a lot of lake communities here in this community. Crow Wing Township, some of the smaller cities, City of Emily, and some others that we're able to share that service with them so they don't have to have their own full-time staff. They don't need a full-time staff. We have that staff. They can tap into that resource. Statewide, we have a self-funded group health insurance option for public agencies. So we have members in our health insurance pool. And the other service cooperatives you see on the map also have health insurance pools that help public agencies access health care resources for their employees. And then nationwide, this is our primary revenue driver where we can recruit dollars from across the country and reinvest them into this 5-county region. We have a robust cooperative purchasing program that public agencies in all 50 states and into Canada utilize. And we're able to realize administrative fees from the awarded suppliers of those contracts that pay us for the ease of them selling their products to public agencies through our cooperative purchasing. So that works out really well for us and for our region because, like I said, we can recruit those dollars to reinvest here in this community. So what's in it for you as a school district? We're a service agency. That service cooperative word means something in what we're named. We're here to serve. We're here to listen. We're here to create opportunities for us to work together to create efficiencies in how we do things and how we help you bolster what you're bringing to who you serve, and that's the families and students of your district. We've invested, as it mentions at the bottom, more than $10 million back into the region through staffing and programming last fiscal year, and in the fiscal year that we're in now, we're on the same fiscal year a district is on, July 1 to June 30. We are planning to invest almost $16 million. And we're very proud of the partnership. It's been brought up a few times. We were able to create a partnership with the Brainerd Public Schools during your referendum work where we made an extra investment into your Lincoln Education Center to help enhance the services provided through that building just across the street. And we're just really happy to be able to partner with you on that and excited to see what it's turned into and the services it brings every day. Just awesome. So that is an overview on Sourcewell. I'm happy to answer any questions you have as a board. We could do that at the end. I could turn it over to Cindy right now. I'm open to either. So maybe hold your questions. I'll turn it over to Cindy and I'll let her dive deeper into specifics with Brainerd. So thank you for your time. I'll turn it over to Cindy Swenson.
Thanks, Paul. My name is Cindy Swenson, and I have a longtime connection to the Brainerd community, lifelong resident. Class of '87, Brainerd High School graduate, and now I have the privilege to serve in the role of being your district strategy partner at Sourcewell. And so I just wanted to share a few things that our education department provides. We provide many programs to help you meet your goals. We provide training and consulting services for your administrators, teachers, and staff. For students, we offer programs and resources that focus on helping them succeed both in school and in life. We've been really fortunate to partner with Brainerd Public Schools on several programs and training, including the Career Consultant Program, Tech Mobile, Meteor, Education Networks, Principal Nourishment, Catalyst, and more. Trust Edge training offers the Brainerd Schools District Leadership Team a model to assess and intentionally build a culture of trust. And Sourcewell partners with Brainerd Schools to address the teacher shortage through offerings like the Intro to Education course, the Central Minnesota Student Teacher Residency Program, and a recent collaborative effort to apply for a special education teacher pipeline grant. We're working to find the best people for your students. So with that, I'll turn it back to Paul in case you have any questions.
What is a culture of trust? What's a culture of trust? What is that? What does that mean?
It's
all these, this is what everything is these days. We got all these words. I mean, what is a culture of trust?
So in that work, we have partnered with an individual. His name is David Horsager. He's actually from Verndale originally. And he, through his research, has developed a company, a private company that trains organizations on building trust within their organizations. It's called Trust Edge. And so we've had some of our staff trained through David to get certified in his system of evaluating your internal system on trust. There's 8 pillars to that. And Cindy and other people on our staff have some expertise they're bringing at the request of districts when they want to look at that as something they'd like to bring in.
So that's something we picked.
So, Director Boyle's going to answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yes, I partnered with Sourcewell. We actually went through a leadership retreat 2 years ago, and some of the administrative staff came back after learning more about David Horsager's research and said, hey, I think as a team, we really need to look at this. And so collectively, as our administrative team right now, we've partnered. Cindy's been our educational leader. where we've taken some individual assessments and group assessments, and we're really diving into each of those 8 pillars. We found that our weakest pillar is clarity, which is common research. So just so you know, our administrative team is really looking at how do we focus on clarity, how do we bring clarity to processes, how do we bring clarity to communication, again, trying to enhance that and build our capacity. So we're in a year 1 of a 2-year process of really diving into that research and making collective plans around that research to bring it into action.
So is the trust between the administration, is it trust between the teachers and the administration, is it trust between the parents and the school district, is it trust between the kids and their teachers? Who's the trust?
So again, I think it's all of it. So we know that trust is built over every single interaction we have. Every single interaction is an opportunity to either build or destroy trust. And so we're really looking at that, and we reflect as leaders, how is that happening with our staff? How is that happening with our families? How is that happening with students? So it hits all those facets. But what it's allowing us to do as an administrative team, when you look at 12 different buildings with lots of communication, we're talking tens of thousands of parents, when you look at 6,300 students, as well as our community, what can we do to continue to foster, to build that trust? So we're working to make a collective effort of learning together and really relying on research, not just feeling or sentiment or one email or whatever it is, to really have that collective response. It's one of our top priorities as an administrative team.
Cool. Figured it out.
Work in
Working on
progress.
Dr. Heidman?
With teacher recruitment, how's that been going? Because, man, there's a shortage of teachers all over the place, nationwide. I think, what is it, 40,000?
400.
400,000? So how do we get to kids that are still in high school to talk to them about, hey, what do you think about teaching? I mean, it just seems like it's almost a task that's, it's got to drive you crazy sometimes.
So that, yeah, that's a really good question. That's what the Intro to Education course is designed to do. And it is a course that is offered in regional high schools that offers some college credit, some articulated credit that gets them that introduction, teaches them about what it's like to be an educator. They pair up with teacher mentors and get a really robust experience to find out what it would be like to be a teacher. And we've had quite a high level of participation in the region, and particularly at Brainerd High School with kids taking that course.
Another question. Maybe, I'm older than dirt, so just keep that in mind.
You're not as old as John, are you?
We're close. We're close. Oh, now I know what you got me off base there for a second. When I was going to college, talking to kids, I was not going to be an educator. That was not my field. And I was always told one of the last things a kid does before they graduate from college with a degree in education is they student taught. And I always thought, just my own personal opinion now, I always thought that was kind of backwards. Why would you find out at the very end of your college career that you didn't want to teach, or that you wanted to continue teaching? So is there any thought process about opening up kids to maybe student teach or become involved with education in a school like in their sophomore year? Or is that something that the politicians deal with, from a state law standpoint? I think it's common sense myself. I know the chair and I, once in a while in private conversations, will, he'll always, what do you mean common sense? Well, I don't know, I just think this is a common sense. Why wait till the end? Why not do it sooner? Is it going to chase people away? Is it going to cause them to not be a teacher? That was always something that I always was kind of interested in I never had an answer.
Yeah, and I don't know that we do either, but I do know that the teacher prep programs in the state are needing to look at different ways of training and delivery for teacher candidates, and I think that would be a great way to do that. I'm not sure if our core universities, St. Cloud State, Minnesota University Moorhead, Minnesota University Mankato, a lot of the state universities, they still have their teacher prep programs. And, you know, I think part of it is lifting up the career of teaching and to try to shine that in a more of a positive light. And I think you're right, to expose them to what the realities are of what a day in a teacher looks like, what a year in a teacher looks like. And in this Intro to Education course, like Cindy said, there are some connections that early with mentor teachers to say, I know you're 18 or 17 right now, but here's what you can expect when you're 22, 23 coming out. Your first year teaching might look like, and the experiences with kids and working with discipline and curriculum and education, you know, teaching as an art is all part of things you're trying to expose them to in that class. So there are some, we need to take, I think your point is well taken, we need to take some different roads to try to promote and lift up the profession of education. And that's part of what's woven into this in our partnership with schools too.
Okay, cool.
Director Wales, one last shout out about just recruiting teachers. So that's one of the efforts that Sourcewell has made is teacher recruitment retention. One of the things we just received, I'm looking at Angie who's stepping back, our HR director. Sourcewell has made a point to reach out to universities that have teacher prep programs and try to lure them into the area, one, to student teach, right? So there's some paid mentorships, there's some additional stipends for our teaching staff. It's a huge responsibility for our educators to then take on and mentor a teacher as well and share that craft with them. But they just gave us a list of upcoming graduates in December that were interested in schools in our region. So we know with positions that are coming up or that we haven't filled, we're on the phone saying, hey, we heard you want to come to Central Minnesota. We have an opening in this. So that was a gift to get ahead of the graduates and get them to come in potentially to look at our school district as well. So we're very grateful to get that list.
To add on to that, Superintendent Hahn, we have one full-time FTE staff on Cassidy's team that's purely dedicated to teacher recruitment and retention in our region. We also have, and Cindy, this could be part of what we talk about too with retention, is we have a first-year teacher network. Part of the services we provide or opportunities for schools to engage that we provide our networks. It's not as applicable for Brainerd because of your size, but for smaller schools where there might only be one chemistry teacher or even one or two Phy Ed teachers or one English teacher in the high school, we have networks where those teachers can get together and compare best practice, compare notes. And one of the networks that's formed up through that work is a first-year teacher network where first-year teachers have an opportunity to connect virtually. We try not to disrupt the school day. Sometimes we get them together face-to-face, but where they can talk about, boy, this has been tough for me. How are you dealing with this? This has been tough in my first 4 months, or I've had success with this. Can I share this with you? And those networks have been successful too, because once we get them here, as Superintendent Hahn said, we want to keep them here, keep them teaching and keep them in our area. So promoting our area, promoting the amenities that they have and living in our region, and also supporting them as they get started with their career are important parts of it too.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. There's lots of factors that need to be involved in the retention and recruitment of educators, period. And I just want to address Representative Heidman's, there I'm going to another body again, Director Heidman's question. When I went to my teacher training at University of Minnesota Duluth, UMD, we had what was called pre-student teaching. Pre-student teaching was you took it usually in your sophomore year, and it wasn't student teaching, but it was mentoring, internship, whatever you wanted, volunteering, or whatever you want to call it, observation with a veteran educator. And the problem becomes not all of our higher ed facilities have different styles of programs, have different requirements of programs, and have different time frames of programs. And it's not any different than, even our literacy that we always talk about is, we need to look at what our future educators are learning in the higher ed facilities as well with literacy and all aspects of teaching. But that's just one aspect is, pre-student teaching versus student teaching. That needs to happen. And I would encourage all of us to get hold of the higher ed folks down at both the Senate and House to try to be more uniform within the system itself, so that our educators, and they are prepared, and many of them, but they come in also overwhelmed many times as a new educator. And so You know, the other point is retention, retainment, recruitment, you know, is so critical today as it was a few years ago as well, as it has been in the past decades as well. But even in the future, it's more important. I also want to just say about Sourcewell, just one thing about Sourcewell. You know, and I think, Paul, you brought it up, if I remember correctly, is you not only deal with school districts, you deal with cities, you deal with counties, and you deal with government agencies that aren't able to do on their own. If they had to do, especially with buying services or products or whatever, Sourcewell, that's how the state legislature came up with the idea of, you know, as a group, if you can provide services, products, materials, or whatever, you're going to be in more competitive pricing and service for that as well. And Sourcewell has done a very nice job of that. And so thank you for all that you've done for not only Brainerd, but the whole region in providing to all of those governmental agencies, especially schools, but all of them, an opportunity to move forward. So, and I know also that you're not only involved in those agencies, governmental agencies. Paul, you and I have worked on another project that is a whole separate deal, and you guys get your fingers involved in a lot of things that are very important to local areas and local communities that maybe aren't so much under your purview or whatever. So we appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
So when I arrived in this room about 3 years ago, I didn't know very much about Sourcewell. In fact, I didn't know it used to be the EXU. And my interaction with EXU was when I was a high school student in Pillager, almost 4 decades ago. And I remember them introducing Knowledge Bowl to us.
We still do that today.
Yeah, and I thought, in fact, a good family friend of ours was, I would imagine was Cindy's equivalent back in those days, 1,000 years ago. And so I got to know a little, but when I got elected and showed up here, I really didn't know the distinction of what Sourcewell does. The other thing I didn't really understand when I got elected was how high some of the highs that you experience as a school board member can be and how low some of the lows can be. What I would say is one of the biggest high events, maybe the biggest, that with the possible exception of our high school graduation, which is an amazing ceremony as well. But I want to tell you that the ribbon cutting at the LEC was maybe the most fulfilling and emotional experience that I've had as a school board member. And it absolutely would not have been possible without the, correct me if I'm wrong, $4 million that Sourcewell threw into the bucket for us for that. Five. See, look at that.
I know, I did the same thing, I'm like 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that should not go unnoted. And it was just for those that didn't have a chance to attend it. We had parents that spoke. We had a couple of our educators that serve in that building, one in particular it was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen a human being say in person. And you were on hand, and I think you can attest to what a wonderful, wonderful, and now we're looking at, you know, the fruits of that tree starting to, you know, be picked and harvested for all these high need kids and young adults. And it would not have been possible without you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Director Hayden.
One other question. In the area of teacher recruitment, and something that John had brought up is keeping teachers. What kind of programs, what kind of things are you guys involved in as far as student behavior? I mean, let's face it, I mean, there's a lot of teachers that boogie and, you know, they're tired of getting sworn at, they're tired of getting, you know, hit, chairs thrown at them. Now, does it happen a lot? I hope not, but I mean, how do we deal with that?
I think a lot of the programs that we offer really are around the training piece. And, you know, our things have changed in our context in the last few years, obviously. That's not a surprise to anyone. And so we have to keep learning about what do we need to do to address those needs. And, you know, a lot of that is around there are a lot of things out of our control, but a lot of things in our control. And so really it is about the training. And we are always looking to see what the best training is that is out there and how we can bring that to the region. And so sometimes we provide that training through some of our in-house staff. And other times we partner with outside agencies that have specialties even beyond our training to train us and to help provide regional training for teachers. So training and support, that's really our best chance to address
Do
it.
you have a lobbying arm that, I mean, obviously some of the rules, you know, again, the chair told me after I got elected, he said, now there's gonna be some things you're gonna wanna change. You can't, because of the state laws. Do you guys have a lobbying arm that you deal with, you know, the legislature about, you know, giving teachers some tools?
We do have, as part of our staff, I mentioned the regional, the statewide, and the national piece, and there's legislation that allows us to exist. I mentioned the statute. And then within that statute, there's specific activities or services we can provide based on how the statute's written. So that's, of course, state law related. So we have a government relations team that does look at those things. We also do a lot of partnering with your statewide agencies. When you talk about MSBA or the Superintendent's Association or Minnesota Rural Educators Association, which is very active for our rural area, and advocating at the state legislature level for the best outcomes in how the law or policies are written based on what students need and what's best for teachers and families. So we do have staff that keep an eye on those things. We try to partner with others. As a government agency, we don't have lobbyists that we hire per se. We're not allowed to do that, like you're not. But we do have staff that are dedicated to watching those things, testifying if needed. But a lot of that happens in partnership and coordinated efforts around platform development with those state agencies to help advocate for what's best for schools and what they need. So we are definitely involved in that.
I mean, students, there's, you know, that's mental health is a big issue for students, but I think mental health of teachers is pretty important as well.
Absolutely.
You know, so, thank you.
Thank you.
So are you basically funded by the state?
No.
Where does the $16 million come from that you're gonna give away? How many people work at Sourcewell? I get so many questions about Sourcewell. I used to know Cheryl Hills with the old Region 5. I was real involved with Ski Gull, and we were trying to work with you folks to, that's what Sourcewell is now, basically, was the old Region 5, right?
No.
Region 5 still
Completely separate.
exists?
It does. Yep. That's an economic development. That was also developed out of state statute, but that's for regional economic development activity. And those are separate regions, separate organizations, separate board. So that Cheryl's
Same area.
In our case, it's the same exact geographic area. That's correct.
So how do you get funded? Because I find it surprising that you sell enough stuff to give away $16 million this year.
We actually, well, we don't sell anything, but our suppliers, because of our awarded contracts through our cooperative purchasing program, do sell a lot of things. So it's hard to give context to the numbers, but in the last couple of years, in the area of $8 billion of sales have gone through our contracts across the country and into Canada.
That's just Sourcewell for the 5-county area.
Well, that's our.
Is that all 9 of them in the state?
No, that's across the entire country.
Right.
In all 50 states and in provinces in Canada as well. So because of joint powers agreements between governments, for example, the city of Los Angeles can sign a joint powers agreement with Sourcewell because we're both government agencies, and our awarded contracts through, say, I'll just use an example, but say Caterpillar, they need a Caterpillar piece of equipment. The city of Los Angeles can buy that directly off of an awarded contract through Sourcewell because we're both government agencies. So they don't have to do an RFP process on their own. They don't have to evaluate all the responses because we've already done all that on their behalf. So they can partner with us, use the contract, make a direct purchase to Caterpillar. That makes it super easy for Caterpillar. So because they made that sale, they say, thanks Sourcewell, you've created an easy way for us to create a sale. Here's an administrative fee that averages about 1% of the sale. And they pay that to us for doing that work up front for them. And the city of Los Angeles doesn't pay anything to us. They're strictly paying the bill for that piece of equipment they got from Caterpillar. So those transactions happen every day over hundreds of contracts, like I said, in every state in the union and in Canada. So that's over 90, between 90 and 95% of our funding comes from that. We have some contracted services with low incident special ed that comes through federal and state dollars that come in. And then we do charge a small fee to our districts for some of the services that Cindy talked about, but that's generally less than 5 cents on the dollar of what it actually costs. So we primarily fund it through that national cooperative purchasing work. So it's a model that's worked great for us, and I don't want to emphasize it too much, but it is a great way for us to recruit dollars from across the country to reinvest in these 5 counties and the districts within them.
Is there competition between you and the other ones? I mean, whoever does the best gets the most dough, or how's it work?
Yeah, the other 8 service cooperatives have their own cooperative purchasing program. It's quite a bit smaller in scale. It's more regional based in Minnesota, North, South Dakota, a little bit in Nebraska and Iowa. And there's a few other service cooperatives exist in most of the other states, probably over 30, and some of them have cooperative purchasing programs as well. And we're not exactly sure how big all of them are, but Sourcewell is likely the biggest one in the nation.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. It's a great team. And to answer your other question, we have about 320 employees now. Most of them work and live in our region, in our area, but we have employees across Minnesota and now into other states with remote work being more possible. We can find the expertise we need with a bit of a wider net.
Cool.
That's great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank
Really
you.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it. All right, we will shuttle on to new business. First up is the approval of the resolution establishing combined polling places for multiple precincts and designating hours during which the polling places will remain open for voting for school district elections not held on the day of a statewide election as presented. This is largely pro forma.
Yep.
We
it's
do it every
routine.
year, and it's just in a weird circumstance where we may have an election that occurs off the normal schedule for some reason. You want to add any further color, Dr. Hahn?
No, typically in the past, it's been on the agenda in December. We moved it to this agenda in November. But it's standard, regular business, even though it's under new business for you, the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Director Spear and a second from Director Ward to approve the resolution as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, it calls for a roll call vote.
Michelle Brecken,
Yes.
DJ Donlinger,
Yes.
Randy Heidman,
Yes.
Sarah Spear,
Yes.
John Ward,
Yes.
Kevin Boyles.
Yes.
All in favor.
Thank you, Janet. Motion carries unanimously. Next item up for new business is the approval of the first reading of MSBA Policy 631, Library Materials, as presented.
So I'm really gonna let Director Heidman and Director Boyle speak a lot to what is in this policy. We did have a policy committee meeting where the majority of this was discussed. At that policy committee, lots of input was taken. So there was, Director Heidman moved forward a piece that was written, I think, by a group of constituents. Post-policy committee meeting, we also had Director Heidman and Director Donlinger give us some input. But what happened at that policy committee meeting was starting with what has been requested across the state is to pull policy 606, which was really written 20 plus years ago specific to curriculum, to really then create a separate library materials policy based on kind of the current state of questioning materials. So MSBA released its model policy, and what our policy committee did is we laid that template down, and the thing about an MSBA policy is they make sure the template aligns with all state and federal statutes. And so we really went section by section then to really look at the nature and purpose of the policy. So what you see before you is the first draft. And I'm sure as we go through, there'll be more changes or more edits as we go, as this is our first attempt to put this policy in motion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Heidman and Director Boyles and to the board for questions.
Thank you. Director Heidman, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, this is the first reading, obviously, and as Dr. Hahn mentioned, we had, I always get a kick out of the policy committee, the length of time the meeting is going to last.
Posting 3 or 4 hours
It's
rather
something
than
we
an
have
hour.
to post, but I think we went until 4:15, 4:30. We had a lot of good discussion. A lot of different points were made. When I was looking over this, I've got some questions that have come up myself since that meeting. I don't know, do we want to handle it where you and I are going to sit and talk about this? Or, I mean, what about the other board members that may not have?
Well, it's going to be all six, right?
Yeah,
We'll handle it. There's any
right.
other discussion. What I would say is what I wanted to do was exactly what you just did, was to put a little bit of color around how we got to where we are today.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of give and take.
And I would actually ask Director Ward to chime in a little bit too, because some of this is derivative from a session that we went to down at the MSBA conference, where some insight was given by the MSBA, particularly legal counsel, as it related to their mission when they were getting ready to draft the boilerplate policy that we're working from. So one other piece of color, no pun intended, that I will add to this for the community folks, if you're pulling this down off the website and reading it and looking at it, and I know some of you have because you've sent some comments over, generally speaking, the items that are in red when you go through this draft policy are items that we added at the policy committee level. They were not part of the MSBA template that we got. And I'm not sure that was ever emphasized correctly for those of you.
That's one of my questions. I do have a question, a quick one though.
Yeah, sure.
Let's explain to me this first reading. It seems to me like when we've done these first, second, third readings, these policies, there was no making any changes. I didn't think they were drafts. It was like this policy needs to be read 3 times, so we would approve it once. Or maybe we would just listen to it. It was just presented, and then the second time it was presented, and the third time we would vote on it, right? Is that what we're doing here?
So think of it through this context, right? In those other policies, what we're generally doing is taking an MSBA policy that pre-existed and essentially changing a word here or there, usually for from legislative impact, but not necessarily maybe we as a board, because we have the power to do so, want to tweak that policy slightly to be more, specific to our district or our unique needs as a district. In this particular case, you're essentially creating a new policy out of almost whole cloth, because this really isn't cut and pasted from the old 606, because 606 still exists.
It's just nice and long like 606. I mean, that's good.
Yep.
We got that
But
accomplished.
that, in fairness, where that comes from is from a genuine desire to be much more clear and define all of the different steps and rights and capabilities that we have to address issues within the system. So you'll see a whole section in here on how we define the informal
I've seen that.
process of requesting evaluation of a resource.
Well, here's
That
my-
happened before, but it was never written in a policy as part of the procedure.
Gotcha.
So now the policy's longer because people in the community were saying, I don't really understand the rule. Can you explain the rules to me? So in terms of length, I'll defend the length all day long because I think it offers clarity, which
That's fine.
seems to
We
me
just
what
talked
everybody's
about it
asking
before
for.
that we thought it was too long, you said. But my question is this, are we gonna go through all this and sit and talk about all the things we think need to be changed? Or since this is just a first reading, should we just call you and Randy and say, hey, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Or are we gonna go through this all right here, right now?
I think it's up to you as a director to make that determination. If there's something in here that is a
Well,
nail
this isn't
sticking
the-
up,
This is, I can't vote for this, but, and maybe you don't care if I do, but if this is just the first, it says draft all over it, this is just a draft. Maybe we should save the energy here for these folks and we can kind of go through some of these things and clean this baby up and give you some help. I mean, I know you guys worked hard on this sucker.
yeah, what I would say is a lot of time was spent on this by a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
But
I
Director
believe it.
Heidman and I also spent a lot of time on this.
I believe it.
Hammering a lot of different
Well,
things
I
out.
talked to Randy too. And I talked to you as
Now,
well,
that doesn't
I
mean that we did, unimpeachable work.
No,
I was. Right?
I am not
But what
complaining
I'm
about the
saying is,
effort
I
of work here.
think if there are big nails that are sticking up, we should discuss those in a public meeting setting instead of as a one director here, one director there, so we can kind of get a sense for what the board's attitude is towards if it's a demonstrative shift in terms of the tone or process. It seems to me that if we're talking about transparency, it would make a lot of sense to talk about those in this format versus you calling me and me calling him and me asking John if that's okay, which is, again, we get a lot done that way on less high-profile situations. I submit that in this particular situation, the time in the public view is probably, in my own opinion, really important.
Let's do it then.
I think it's important that, yeah, each director, I mean, if you got issues and questions, by all means, this is the place to bring them up.
Okay.
So I think if you got
'Cause
notes.
I got questions myself, I'm sure.
Yep. And there was no vision as we came into this tonight, to your point, that we were gonna walk out of here with, yep, this is version 2 for the second reading, right? I know that Dr. Hahn, Director Murtha, and others are waiting for us to give notes to go back and, work with.
That's what I kind of wanted to understand.
Yeah, so what we want is we want to hammer out broad strokes on any glaring holes or anything we're looking for so that Director Heidman and I can go back as the representatives on the policy committee and work with the administration to kind of shore it up and bring you an even cleaner version in December.
Cool.
Mr. Chair?
Director Ward.
So you clarified the red print that is in the current document. What is the blueprint?
Yeah.
I want to give a clarification on red too.
Yeah.
Some of the red is from previous policy.
Previous?
Previous. So if you would lay the current 606 policy next to the policy that exists here, there's mirror in that language. So the black ink is what was in the MSBA
Right.
template. So some of the red is pulling from existing policy, and some of it is based on policy committee meeting that we had, adjusting that language.
And then the blue is where Director Heidman or myself or some other group of people took the red and then made some changes. So that most of those are gonna be really minor things, like where we took and tried to make a term consistent throughout the policy. There were spots in the policy where it would say requester or it would say complainant, and we said, let's make it say the same word all the way through the policy, that sort of thing.
Okay.
That's generally, if you're looking, I haven't looked at that PDF recently because Randy and I are starting to get a little cross-eyed from looking at it, but it's.
So, Mr. Chair, the previous policy, are you talking about 606?
606.
So, but we have never had a library. We've never had this statute, this, correct?
So what's happening is policy 606 was all encompassing.
Yep.
Basically, because resource as defined in existing policy 606 included library materials.
Yep.
Based on the given nature of making the
Okay.
difference between curriculum, which also has an opt-out,
Yep.
compared to this as a free choice selection. And that's where MSBA, along with their legal advisement, really worked to draft, based on request across the state, a standalone library material policy. So again, we have pieces from the old policy that are appropriate and mirror into this. So we're trying to look and bring that across for clarity.
Yep.
When you go back now, the next step will be from this, after multiple readings, which is why you have a first reading. Director Donlin, you answer your question. It is to gather input, and it is to take public comment and have that reflected as we look to govern through this policy. We just haven't had a brand new standalone policy. The last ones have been kind of our facility rental pieces that way. So this is unique in
Yeah.
that process.
I said it'll be the first time in my 3 years on the board, we've used the 3-reading process to its full
really?
extent, right? That this is, we're gonna actually use it the way that it's, with all the elastic that's built in for all the different things that have to go into this.
And Mr. Chair, I suppose since, when did the MSBA template come out? That had to be recent.
It
Yeah, it
did.
was
It
about a
came
month
out.
ago.
It came out.
About 2 weeks before our policy committee meeting, I
Even
think,
it was
wasn't it?
closer to that. I
Was it?
want to say it came out about the week before our policy committee met, because our team had been working and gathering the information. There's the policy 606, trying to do all the research on things to go into that prior to MSBA.
Right, because we had no idea, you were at that meeting, they didn't know, are we gonna have it in a month, or are we gonna have it in 6 months? So as you know, we put Director Murtha and others to work on drafting one based on the spirit of conversations we had at a retreat. And said, okay, well, let's look for all these, so they were working on crafting that, so that's what some of your red language is from that work that was done.
Yeah.
And then the blue language was when, after the policy committee meeting, we, upon further reflection, based on input from people that read it in the community, based on calls from you folks, whatever, that we added at the very last minute, where it was just clarification. Like in there, we didn't have a definition of what the student calendar year was, right? So we said we gotta have that in there, we've gotta define that so that
Yeah.
people understand the ground rules.
And I saw that was
Yeah,
good.
so that's why that stuff's blue.
So, excuse me, one more. Attorney Morrow for MSBA has, the MSBA organization has approved they're not doing the same process, are they? Theirs is, they're done with their,
So when MSBA creates the model policy, what they've done is they've looked at every state and federal statute as
Yes.
it applies to what's gonna be governed through policy. So that's where we rely on their professional, organization and research to come up with a template.
Yes.
For a district, and then districts then look at that template to have it respond to their specific need, which is what happened in the policy committee.
so theirs is their official template for their library materials.
Yeah,
Yes.
with the recognition that they're writing this for 330 school districts
Right.
and that there are
Yep.
things in there that just simply we felt at the policy committee meeting, or at the policy committee level, did not fit our district.
Yeah, the only reason, Mr. Chair, the only reason I was asking is because if they're gonna start making some changes
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
And again, if they would, through a process, most of their changes come through some type of legislative action and recommendations, but like you just found out in our consent agenda, as they make those tweaks or changes, we get a nice summary of what's changed according to statute. That would be the same thing that would happen here.
Okay.
Director Brecken?
Just, so MSBA is calling this policy 606.5?
No, well, oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, they are. But we
We're calling
renamed it
it-
631 to make sure there's a clear distinction.
A clearer distinction, okay.
Most of our .5s are when you see that in Brainerd policies or addendums or
Okay.
forms, or like if you look in our service animal policy, for example, right? When you see a .5, it's typically a form that needs to be filled out or something that has to be submitted back. This isn't,
Okay,
so that's why our policy committee recommended, and I don't know, I got stuck on 631.
I think it was the first one that was far
How
enough out.
old
We
you
didn't
are,
think it
Heidi?
would get grabbed
31.
by
Yeah.
MSBA. I recommended 666, nobody took me seriously.
Oh, my lord.
I avoided that one.
Jeez.
and then, so the stuff that's crossed out, I mean, sometimes it's crossed out blue and sometimes it's crossed out red.
So again, if it's red, it's gonna be things that we took out of that standalone MSBA.
Okay,
Then when you get into the blue, that's where, again, as the committee work, when we were trying to define, you're seeing that's more of the independent committee work.
okay.
Standalone.
So you had maybe said other community members and then you decided to change it to district resident.
So our.
I'm just looking at one.
Yeah,
here.
we wanted it defined.
Okay,
For example, Michelle, this student calendar day, we had that, I think, and Director Boyles may have mentioned, but that was in the written language, so, you know, okay, well, what is a student calendar day? So we wanted to make sure that it got defined.
Yeah, and a lot of that was birthed from the fact that the first request for reauthorization this year happened during the summer months, and it created some logistical nightmares with trying to put an ad hoc committee together.
sure, okay.
Because of the structural or the consistency requirements, the makeup of what that committee is supposed to look like. So some of the people that need to fill that committee aren't available in the summer months, so. So we can go through those. I mean, there aren't that many blue items, for example, so if you want to work backwards from those, I mean, I'm open to discussing absolutely any content in here. And also, we can probably dispense with the Mr. Chairman junk and just have a conversation about this, so just try not to talk over people and let's just do it so we can be more efficient.
Sounds good, Kevin.
Works for me, Randy, RJ. How about you, David? Anything?
I'm ready to rock. Let's go. Where are we starting?
Well, why don't you start us off? What do you got? You said you couldn't vote for it. What are some of the main points that are sticking points for you in there so we can address
Well,
those from the top down?
This first little thing I have is nothing I would keep me from voting for it or anything. But I thought we were trying to shorten it up. And the first red deal we do gets into all this wordsmithing. The Board of Education in Brainerd Public Schools provides a wide range of instructional materials. Well, I thought we were talking about library books in this deal. On all levels of difficulty with diversity of appeals, presentation, different points of view. I don't know. Then it goes to the purpose of this policy to provide direction, delegate responsible. I mean, I just think that's kind of confusing, but that's all I got on page 1. And I certainly wouldn't not vote for it over that. It's just fine. It just seems like we're kind of saying the same thing twice. I don't know.
I mean, from my perspective, I'm a corporate guy and I'm big on mission statements because what it allows somebody to
But
do
this is
is.
just a policy, isn't it? Like, we're not selling anything here, are we? You know what I mean? It's like simpler. It's fine.
But I understand your point
I'm
of view.
not trying to cause a problem.
No, I get you. But again, I'm the first one to admit that, you know, I'm the.
I didn't know the red was.
Why use 10 words when 100 words would
I didn't
suffice?
know the red was you. I didn't know.
It isn't me. I didn't write it.
It's him.
It's neither one of us.
The only thing that, I mean, I'm gonna raise an issue on the first page, and it was something that came up after we, left the committee meeting. How is this policy we say in the definitions under library, this last sentence of that first paragraph, the term also includes access to electronic materials. Now, this is the definition of what a library is.
Correct.
Have we?
Actually, can I, Director Murtha, would you mind coming up front just in case we get some points of clarity here? Because I think we talked about this at the committee meeting and you articulated it extraordinarily well at that time.
Really? Okay, I must have missed that.
Well, there's a lot going on.
I know.
It just had to do with definition of library in terms of the ability to access materials online. It was actually based on a question you asked.
Yeah, and how does this, I mean, I even asked it when we were talking about 606.
Yep. This that long, do it up to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Electronic library.
I don't know why I bought it. Heidi,
So,
she drinks it all.
So I apologize for dragging you up here, but
do we need anything more than just the term also includes access? Now,
well, is
going
your
along with-
question about definition of electronic materials and how it relates to libraries? Or is it about definition of access? Or both?
could be both. I mean, it's just, you know, so we're talking about hard copy books.
Not necessarily.
No.
The purpose here is to recognize that the concept of a library has expanded since any of us were in school. When we were all students, library was a place you went to.
No magazines in the library, is there?
Yes, there are some periodicals.
Oh, come on, Tim. So we know it shrunk. It's like it shrunk, Randy. We used to have magazines.
We do have some.
Paperbacks.
But the purpose of the digital collection is it allows us to offer more than we can physically do. By virtue of space and by virtue of cost and the cost of curation, it's much easier for us to provide a digital option as a part of the repository. So the concept of a library as a physical space is an outdated concept. What it is a library is a curated collection of resources to read, view, listen to, and engage in.
And my whole question here is, how does the electronic library apply to this whole policy? Or is it just, am I making too much of it? Am I overthinking it?
I don't think you're overthinking. I think you're not lumping it. The idea with that very phrase that you're questioning is the idea to put and circle the whole thing and say that regardless of the presentational format or media type that's involved, that the policy applies across all of those different things.
Regardless of the medium, the policy applies to anything that we would provide. Earlier tonight, you heard a presentation from Ms. Wigg talking about the use of Sora. And that is a repository we use to provide text to students. It is part of the library collection, and it's a digital library.
Hoopla, the other one.
Yep. And that's another important distinction because, you know, when we get to the reevaluation of a resource section, we need to be mindful of the fact that it's encompassed in all of that, not just a physical book that might be sitting in a building within the school district, that we got to be, you know, cognizant
Just for
of
point of
that.
clarity, Hoopla belongs to Brainerd Public Library and not us.
Yep, I get it. Kind of cool, though, that it's available.
Very cool.
Is that,
Yeah, we don't even
That
have to
raise
pay
any other
for it.
questions for anybody
Well,
else?
we do in a sense. It's public library.
okay. So that's a good one. We never covered that when we were talking.
What's that?
Other than in the meeting, you and I didn't cover that. So.
The electronic stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have the appropriate language which, you know,
All right.
within this, if necessary.
Okay, so again, to simplify the process, while we have Tim up here, maybe we'll just go section by section, Roman numeral by Roman numeral, and if directors have issues,
Knock it
let's
out.
just go through them, right?
Yep,
Maybe
agree.
that's the better way, instead of bouncing around
I
between
think so.
6 pages. So, Director Donlinger's concerns as it relates to the length of Roman numeral 1 are noted, and we'll take a look at that at the committee level, if that's okay?
I'd also ask that it's longer in the original. So I think if we want to look at, or get feedback or direction, maybe do comparison or get suggestions from original policy 606, because it's quite a lengthy statement.
The other thought, and I don't want to put thoughts into your mind, DJ, but the first paragraph, I mean, I would assume that all of that is going to be discussed at some other point within this policy. Whereas the one short sentence, which, you know, the second paragraph, if we just removed the long paragraph and just have the purpose of this policy is to provide direction and to delegate responsibility for selection and reconsideration of library materials in a way, to me, that satisfies the purpose as well.
That's what I was thinking too, but.
But again, I'm not gonna,
Kind of a
I'm not
nothing
gonna
burger.
lose any sleep over.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
All right, should we move on to the statement of purpose? I think the only concern that's been raised in there so far was by Director Heidman as it relates to the, or am I in the wrong section on that one?
I'm sorry, I went ahead of you.
Oh,
I
okay,
was
no,
in
so we haven't really talked
definitions.
about anything in section 2.
Yeah.
A couple of the things that we kicked around when we were discussing that was there were some semantic issues as it related to what the school board's authority and involvement was. So we looked at that to make sure, we didn't want to imply that we're going to be selecting library resources.
Yeah, we
That is
don't
not
wanna
our
be
role.
that. Yeah, right.
We have paid professionals that actually,
Agreed.
are more qualified to do that. So we wanted to make sure that the spirit of that was carried forward into that section of the policy. I think that was the only thing that really, we did any further discussion on at the committee level meeting. Director Murtha, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't recall anything else.
No, you got it.
I think we just decided to remove selection of
Yep.
from that
And then when we got
sentence.
to definitions, Director Heidman recommended that we add definition of student calendar year, again, for clarity around how the committee selection processes would go for ad hoc committees for reevaluations of resources and all those things, just to create a level of consistency through the policy so people understand who's involved, what the timetables look like. If there's a deadline associated with something, there you'll see as we go in the blue, we're adding some definitions of some deadlines. We'll get into that further in the process. But that was really all we talked about in definitions that I recall. Randy, I don't.
Well, I brought up the definition, the state statute and federal statutes regarding obscenity and child pornography. And I think when we get to it, we can explain what we did.
Yeah, so what Director Heidman's talking about is he discussed the idea of putting those in this section. And my counter to that at the time was the only statute that's listed in the definitions is the very statute that creates libraries and defines them at the state statute level. That if you go to the very end of the policy, there are some legal statute sites, legal references in here. And we could have some discussion about putting the relevant Minnesota state statutes in there, which we didn't do in the draft version. We figured we'd end up talking about it tonight.
Problem with the state statute is that the schools are exempt. We've been through this before. So yeah, there's the state statute. Like if I had some of these books that I've seen, for lack of a better term, in my waiting room, and you brought your 12-year-old in, they grabbed it, I could be in trouble. If you gave it to the neighbor, if you own a gas station and sold that to a kid, you could be in trouble. But schools, colleges, hospitals, doctor's offices, they're all exempt, churches, of that policy. So it really does, we can put it in there if it makes everybody feel better, but
Well,
doesn't
this
mean anything.
specific one is school and charter school libraries only, isn't it? Or is it all encompassing 124D 901?
I would need to pull it up. I didn't open it up.
I apologize, I don't know the answer to that question. My understanding in the context in reading the policy was that this policy defines school libraries.
Oh, that was
Because-
my understanding as well. And
From the
I
state?
believe that we got
Yeah.
legal guidance on this issue as
That's a
well.
lot of
Yeah, and I think
problems.
that's why MSBA threw it in there, because I don't think they would have thrown it in there if it was a more global statute about libraries in general.
To address Director Heidman's concerns, we added text around obeying all relevant state and federal statute.
Yep.
That was the intent.
We did add language. Besides, you need to look at the very end of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
explain that to me?
Unfortunately, Director Heidman's got to speak up. I'm
I'm sorry.
deaf on that side tonight, so it's,
Oh, we have the sentence in there that you said, but we have to go back to what Kevin
Yeah,
said.
it's a little further in.
It's at the very end, under legal statutes, we might want to consider putting the legal statute.
Okay.
That's all.
But then we added a reference to it under the selection process, I think, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah, it's the blue 11 on
11.
page 4.
It's new, huh?
No, just our comment that says that all materials in our libraries are subject to state and federal laws. That wasn't in the MSBA template.
Gotcha.
Okay. But
And then that allows us to tie back to if we want a legal reference, if we want to add those specific state statutes, actually, yeah, the two state statutes, actually, they're sub-statutes around child pornography and obscenity.
Right.
Just as cites. We're not gonna verbally write out the policy. It'll look just like it does under legal references on page 8.
Has our attorney reviewed that specific sentence? Did they have a
They felt-
recommendation about putting it in the footnotes?
So he's going to give us more guidance on that, but I mean, that's a, state and federal statutes applied to all policy. So if the district feels that they have a special obligation to call out a certain statute, they may, but those specifics are covered within the existing statutes listed. That doesn't preclude us from listing additional statutes, but that is, state statute and federal statute will trump any policy that we attempt to create. I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just trying to keep track of, are we in section 3?
Sort of, we kind of drifted in there because I think we felt like 2 were good. The only point of clarification was around what the school board's stated role in the policy is.
Okay.
I think the section that in section 3 was item number E was the, item letter E was where we were headed next.
Okay. Okay, just so I didn't.
Student calendar day?
Got the definition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, just point of clarification, whether it doesn't change the mechanism or the way that anything operates. It was just, let's be specific so people, when they come to do a resource request, reevaluation request, they understand the ground rules and aren't told, hey, come back in 3 months. I know it's not in the policy because that's how 606 reads today. It's kind of like, it just doesn't speak to it. It's extremely vague. It doesn't say, anything about it.
So if somebody put in a request for checking out a resource and they did it in mid-May, we would wait till the 30 days would be not including the summer.
If the relevant
because
timetables to establish the
there's no
process
way-
and get it executed can't happen within the student calendar year, then it will go to when we open school in the fall.
There's no way that Director Murtha can get the necessary people on the committee because everyone, it's the summer. And by contract, you can't force them to come in.
Right.
So I think that was
I certainly think we would make a good faith effort to try.
Yeah.
But we need the latitude in policy to give us the ability to do it correctly.
And we need the explicit definitions so that we can't be accused of not being transparent about the process.
Correct.
And that's why it ends up being longer when you get to the end of the road.
It's no different than
I believe
it's no
you too.
different than a car
I
contract.
believe you guys.
And full disclosure, I spend about 40% of my day job reading and writing and redlining
Yeah.
contracts.
When was the last time you looked at a car contract?
So I am
I
guilty.
just want to know I just want to know my payment and interest rate, and you guys give me the 5 sheets of paper.
5.
All right,
Just
section 5 is looking pretty good to me right now.
Which section?
Section 4, I'm sorry.
4, 4.
Responsibility?
Yep, so this one, we did make some significant but small changes to.
And I'll start with, so if you go, this is the, when you're looking at blue. So this is where you kind of get the mirrored color of red, black, blue. The MSBA policy did not include resident or community member. Our current policy listed community member. We thought we needed to find that as district resident.
Where are we at now?
We're on page 2.
4B.
Which is a
4B?
point of discussion, whether, because there's been a school of thought, if you'll pardon the pun, brought forward that we should limit this to, one of the original drafts was limiting this to residents that had children in the school district. So a point of potential debate. I'm personally ambivalent about it. I feel that if there's a community member that feels strongly about something, they'll find a Confederate parent to enlist for their cause, so. And I feel like people pay their taxes, so if they want to do it, I mean, that's kind of my take on it.
District resident.
Yeah. So I thought we thought district resident.
But I wanted to open the door if anybody had a strong challenge to that notion, so we could discuss it. Again,
I like that we're saying specifically district resident. I'm
yeah,
not
that's a big
saying-
one. And Director Donalinger and Director Heidman and I talked about that one a fair bit one time, because the policy was vague before, and we have other school districts, Sartell, and what's the other one that's just getting crushed with like 50 challenges from somebody that lives 200 miles away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But what we definitely want an open, easy and fair process for the people that pay taxes in our district. That's my take on it. Okay, well, good. I thought we might have more discussion about that one. And then the rest is just semantics. This is stuff where Randy and I kind of played around with a little bit where, for me, saying steps in a policy to me implies there's an actual, you know, where there are sometimes some steps, but sometimes it's a process that may not have defined steps. It may vary depending on how it unfolds. So just, like I said, little semantic stuff. So if you guys have read through this and you have any questions about it, let me know and I'll try explain what we were thinking.
Are you on
in
4?
Yeah.
Did we talk, are we still on section 4? Did we talk about paragraph C? Oh, that's where we're at now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Did we talk about the ability to seek the adoption of library materials? Or did we change that to selection?
We struck adoption or selection. I guess I don't care. What we did was we removed reevaluation because it has its own separate policy or process defined later in the policy. And this was, you know, in my mind was kind of strange because it was referring to something we talk about again later.
That's why I added the language, these guidelines and procedures.
Yep.
Shall be published within this policy.
Here's my question, is who approves the guidelines? If the superintendent's designee should be responsible for the development of guidelines, procedures, and then we're gonna put it on this policy as an addendum. So are we gonna have that when we decide what we're doing?
So there's an existing process now, so what
Which
happens.
is fine.
Yep, so what happens is based on whatever is chosen in this policy to govern that process, this policy is stating that the superintendent and designee, which will be teaching and learning.
Then
that's the
you'll
curriculum piece.
just,
And really, we work with our district librarian to develop that process. So at your last, if you remember in your June or July board meeting, you actually had a copy of that existing process. We have to make sure, my job is.
that was for the elementary schools, wasn't it?
Nope, that was for all of our materials. My job as the superintendent is when that process is, guidelines and procedures are developed, I have to ensure that it aligns with the policy that's been developed to govern it. So the existing, some of it may change based on what's adopted for that selection of material.
So the final publication then of the procedures would be pending the completion of this document. So if I'm tasked with that, or someone in my position or TNL is tasked with that, we need the policy completed before we can write procedure to fulfill it. So in the end, we will attach it to this policy, but it doesn't need to be brought forward as part of the approval process for the policy.
Well, okay.
Well, remember, as the board, we have oversight over all of it.
Yeah.
The idea is to give them the flexibility to be able to adjust more rapidly than we can to changing conditions and then bring it forward for us to yay or nay on.
Okay.
It's like the pricing for renting the facilities, like the softball fields. We didn't want that embedded in the policy because it creates a bureaucratic nightmare in terms of trying to
Right.
modify that policy. It's the
Makes
same
sense.
concept.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The other side that makes sense to me is if we just put the right stuff, if we just kind of get this right up front with what they're gonna bring in, then maybe there won't be problems in the future.
Yep.
We can bring forward, parallel text that in anticipation of the completion of the
I mean, there's
process.
a little bit of a chicken and an egg problem there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Right,
It's fine.
we
Like
can.
you said, we can go back and adjust it if we don't like it.
The only thing
And
we
most
want to do
likely
is
we
be
will.
transparent, so whichever method feels the most transparent, that's the one we'll do.
Okay.
All right, I believe that concludes our board discussion on 4. Now 5 on the selection. I gotta go because I'm not operating off the most recent. I have the one that I originally was taking notes on, which are reflected in the PDF that you guys are looking at.
So again, clarification of color. Some of these existed in current, but black would be the recommendation from the MSBA policy. Red is including what was in our existing policy, and it could be additional language that was added. So like I said, we had Director Heidman had brought forward a policy that was written by constituents that they wanted considered, as well as a follow-up document by Director Heidman and Director Donlinger to embed within the selection material. So we tried to take those feedback and inputs and expand upon the selection of library resource.
So that's like your items 7 through 10?
7 through, I think now there's 11.
Well, 11 would be based on Director Heidman's recommendation on referring back to the state and federal laws.
Correct.
Yeah, you and I talked too about, under paragraph 5, let's see here once.
Yeah, just a little tweak there. It seemed odd that that it had to
A5.
qualify in one or more of the following, like, if it qualified in readability, like we just felt like, that was just the words needed a little smithing, that's it.
The last two, we both kind of had questions. I mean, what's high interest for an intended audience? And readability. I mean, those were two questions that you and I talked about. I don't know if it's worthy of removing them, but.
What's an atypical student?
That's in our existing policy.
What is it?
So I
We
look
just
at,
late, is that like,
so it's focusing, so we're not just looking at one student population. For example, I'll think of our special education students. Some people might describe them as an atypical student based on certain needs that they may need for reading level or abilities like that. It could be a population of students, but it's meant to be that we're not just focusing and keeping everything on that one area.
What we're looking for is a diversity of interests in students. Students have, some students have very specific, if not, I don't want to use the word eclectic interests, but interests different than the majority. They may not be following the Vikings over the weekend. They may be following something else. And you want to be mindful of making sure that they have opportunities to see themselves and their interests in the offerings of the library as well. Just like we want to make sure that any curriculum, a child is able to see themselves in it, we would want the same opportunities for those, for children as well in the library.
So,
One of the
so we
consti-
let kids wear Green Bay jerseys on
Well, let's
Friday,
not get
Jersey Day?
crazy.
Just kidding.
So one of the constituent pieces that came forward for discussion during this was there was a document that was submitted to the policy committee where there was a recommendation that we have an article in here related to that all the library materials, I don't remember the exact wording, but should be in English. And our legal counsel rejected that.
Oh, yeah.
As did a majority of the committee for a variety of reasons. One was, why wouldn't we want second language students that are trying to learn other languages if they're in a French class or they're in an AP Spanish? Why not have some Spanish materials in our library? And two, what would happen if a primarily Spanish-speaking family moved to the area? Wouldn't you want some resources for those people? I mean, I'm not advocating for switching the whole library to Spanish, just to have some reflective materials for people that come here. And we felt that language would have been overly restrictive. And actually, I believe you agreed with that too, Director Heidman, yes?
Yeah, I did after I got my arms twisted a little bit, but the English language learner language that we received also had exceptions under state law. So I don't know what those, we never even got into the discussion, but it's not a deal breaker, let's put it that way. But there were exceptions for that, so.
Certainly, as we develop literacy skills in students, and independent reading is a part of that literacy framework, independent reading can take place in a different language. It's the same processing, same cognitive skills. So a student who may not be reading English at their grade level might be reading above grade level in their native language. We would still want to support and promote the cognitive and intellectual development of that child, regardless of whatever language they're speaking in.
Director Murphy, you might not be able to answer this. We might have to do a keyword search, but going deeper down to item 11, a couple of our public comments tonight centered on the American Library Association. I believe that this draft strikes, that's the only mention of the ALA in this policy, isn't it?
It's in B.
It's in B too?
it needs to go. They need to go. It's too bad. They've been around for 145 years. I think they probably were, Michelle talked to me about this a while back. I've done a bunch of research on it. Four states have kicked them out.
Assuming you survive this.
4 states have gotten rid of them. 9 states have them up on bills to remove them out of their schools.
So would your proposed edit to that red language be to just stop the sentence at and appropriate review services?
I'm not an expert, nor do I say that I am, but is there another resource we could use? Michelle mentioned last meeting, a couple meetings ago, Scholastica.
Well, that's a company. You'd be dealing with a vendor at that point. You wouldn't want.
Is that what it is?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious because of the
I'm gonna drag
nature
Tim
of
into
the.
it, but what I would say is, remember the red was added, that in reality, the MSBA didn't go that far. They left it vague. Or not vague, but they didn't define it to the extent that we did. The ALA stuff was
The
added.
ALA, the ALA is large enough that there's multiple different things that we have to be careful that we don't mix up here. One is our current existing policy references ALA language on the right to read. Okay? And that's a lot of the text that's behind the MSBA policy. It's a lot of the text behind what we're trying to do. You know, whatever the politics and personal life situation of members of the ALA who work there, those are irrelevant pieces of information. So the question is, if someone were to look at the list of rating services that the ALA shows, where are the concerns there? That would be the factual conversation to have about the ALA. So does the ALA provide many? Yes, it's a very long list. It's probably got something for everyone on it, which also means it probably has something that everyone's going to be uncomfortable with on it. So
Well, let's not use it as a reference.
what are our alternatives in terms of consensus on a referent? Because we could spend an awful lot of time here coming back to our own personal viewpoints and in trying to hammer out which ones we want to use, only to find that in 2 years, 5 years, 6 years, they don't exist anymore because these are transient structures online. Whereas when you have a professional organization, what they're doing is they're curating it for you. So I still recommend that we consider the ALA, but if there are concerns, we should address them and we should dig them deeper into what's on the list that the ALA has that's creating the concern. That's
I think
my
your points are well
recommendation.
taken. My potential counterpoint to that would be that if we adopted the boilerplate policy that was presented to us, none of that's in there.
That is correct. You are correct. But we've already made the choice to pull from other policies, both our own, from other districts, some self-created text. So in my mind, the conversation is open. If we're closing that portion of the conversation, that is certainly the purview and the will of the board, and we will certainly make it happen.
I think that's one of the questions of clarity that's come is how are you? Like, where are your reputable sources? And so to me, there's, rather than just saying we're gonna put all of our expertise on a media specialist, one of the challenges is what resources or what reviews are they gonna have access to? And what is the transparency of that? So that is one of the reasons for the language, like Tim is saying, because of that long review list.
Yep.
There's many services embedded in there. So to me, I'd still want clarity around that. And would recommend that, so then it's not a challenge of employees' direction, more so looking at reputable review.
So do you think that the school board association did this for what, 360 schools? And you think that, what percent do you think put something like this in there? Or just left it the way that they wrote it?
It's quite a few did, because it's really trying to put the burden of, do you leave it to an employee? Or
Well, it's not just an employee, right? It's the principal.
Correct, but
Plus
if you look at how
the
this
media
is.
specialist, aren't I right on that?
So what you're looking at is the library media specialist shall consult sources and specialist experienced in library material collection appropriate for the building students. Okay, so what that American Library Association does is look at a long list of reviews, right?
Yeah,
So if you're gonna remove that, one of the questions we had is, how was that reviewed? How did that get picked? And so I think that's a question when we talk about clarity and having that transparency, being able to identify that.
So we can control what employees we hire. You can control the employees' actions, but you have zero to say what the American Library Association says. So why would we want to take the power away from you, Dr. Hahn, and give it to the American Library Association? American Library Association didn't get elected here, didn't get hired here, or anything here. So why, and hey, they're probably a great organization, but when there's 13 states kicking them to the curb, that's 20% of the country. It concerns me. Look at the science of reading. 17 states had outlawed it already. 23 had it on the deal. Minnesota did it too. So these things change, and it takes time for government organizations. Director Ward was telling me about it today, to react to the changes that have happened to good old, businesses. I mean, where's General Electric? Everyone had a General Electric refrigerator at one time. General Motors used to make refrigerators. They're all gone, right? So things change, and I just feel as though since the School Board Association didn't put it in there, what's the big deal? You can be in charge. Tim, you gotta vote then. You gotta say in the whole deal. We respect you, and the American Library Association is somewhat falling apart. I mean, you heard people speaking about it today. I knew about it. We brought it up 2 months ago. States have literally thrown them out.
Do you know why states have thrown them out? I don't know.
Because they're
they're not, here's what I believe. I mean, you could read for it for days, just like Director Murtha said, right? But what I believe is that instead of having a neutral position where they just evaluate the books, now they've started to have an agenda. Like he called it a political agenda. And they're starting to, the reviews aren't as crystal clear as they used to be. And so they're kind of pushing an agenda, and states are getting sick of it. And it's not like these big, crazy, Missouri. Is Missouri a radical political state? Have you ever heard anything about Missouri? That's a big deal, I don't think they're hard right. Montana, Texas, of course, is. Florida just got it done. 9 other states, I think they'll have it done before the year's over. So when you have 13 out of 50 states, I don't know why we needed an R policy when it's nothing that we can control. Where people you hire, you get to interview them, you can look over their shoulder a little bit and figure it out. Would make me happier. So, we got to do this a couple more times, so it's something we could talk about later. We got our retreat coming up in 2 weeks. We could go through it then and just move on today. But I think that's something that really should go.
I want to make sure that whoever, that the professionals we charge with this have the appropriate resources. You're not going to just generate a list of 5,000 books. And, as a professional, if that's my job, that would be my entire job. And so I would be looking for reputable sources that are going to help me make those selections. So I think we don't want to leave this person kind of stuck out there on an island without having access to resources. And if we want the onus to be on them without feeling like they're covered by, okay, these are the resources you can use, I think we do need to have that conversation.
Where would you go to find it?
Well,
would it be like the Teachers Association or the
doesn't Minnesota have something?
Superintendent's Association?
Well, I mean, there's.
I don't know.
I think that's where we can look at alternatives to that, because I agree too, you want to have some language around that for that staff and for the process itself.
It's about identifying resource, not obedience to someone else's decision.
Right.
I certainly, that's why I just was recommending the examination of what they list as their, because they will list multiple different ways to evaluate a book. All we're looking for are tools. We're not looking for a decision we don't want to surrender. I agree with you completely. We don't want to surrender our control to any outside agency. What we do need is some outside agency and their expertise for us to look at and make our own decisions about. That's what we're looking for.
How many books do you put in the library a year? Is it 1,000? Is it 500?
Well,
Sarah said 5,000. That seems kind of like a lot, but maybe it's not. How do I know?
It's over 1,000 a year. When you
1,000 titles or 1,000 books?
Is that books or is that electronic formats?
All of the above.
So it includes all of ours?
Correct,
Okay.
all of the above.
Okay.
So you're well over 1,000. I can get you a
Don't worry about it.
concrete
I just
number,
wanted
but
an idea.
it's large enough that no one person
Could pick out those 1,000 books.
Exactly. It's just not, it's not a realistic habit. We need to have access to professional resources, more than one, in order to inform us to what we do. That's why we look at book lists as much as we do.
I would think that there's other
So
companies,
my
associations.
question is, if we don't include identified by the ALA, are we saying that the district cannot use them as a resource?
I don't think so. I think that's what I mean. I think we should just get them. Yeah, if we take it out, then I guess we're not saying that you can't use them. It's just that the way it's written right now is that's our grid right there. We gotta follow the American
Circle that
Library
you go to.
Association.
Would it be?
It says, okay, item 11 is struck text, but the verb there was may reference reputable material. So it was conditional that we had permission to do so. It didn't say we had to do so.
And may is included in B, which is the item in question at the moment.
Correct.
Yeah, B is the latest revision.
So maybe the administrative takeaway from this before we go to the next reading, it would be to see if there is some other alternative to ALA. And if there's not, then the debate at the next reading becomes over being specific or being non-specific, in my mind. Either we allow it to stand as it is now, or we just take it out and leave it vague and let the professionals do their jobs. That's how I see
I'm
it.
for letting the professionals do their job.
Too.
Well, I agree. Isn't there something out there besides the ALO that would provide this?
Well, that's the takeaway. I'm hoping that,
I
you know,
have
that
to-
they
all
can
right,
do a little
because-
research.
As a
mean-
board member, I want to be convinced that the ALA has an agenda that we can't support.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah,
So are you gonna do that research on your own? then?
I'd be happy to look into that.
Might as well.
Because I mean, you said that's why a lot of the states are going away from using ALA, but I guess I'd like to know that specifically, what is the reason? And if it's because they don't like some of the resources that they're selecting because they address diversity and equity and inclusion, that I would have an issue with that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The way I understand it, and I'm not an expert, so don't quote me, but this, I was surprised that it came up today, but I'd already kind of researched it myself, is that this woman that got put in charge of the ALA thinks that the public should raise your children and take the control out of the parents. So you can read her memoirs, you can watch her YouTube videos, it's all right there for you. And these other states are like, hey, we're not gonna let you take our kids away from our parents. Or, you know, these are our state's kids, and we're not gonna take this agenda. And the ALA is like, we're huge, we're big, and we got a lot of dough, so we're not making any changes, and so people are firing them. Is the way I understand it, Michelle. I'm not saying I'm perfectly right, but you can watch her YouTube videos and,
I need some time to take a look at that before I make a decision to completely remove that resource from our policy.
Your request is granted.
Okay.
I will give you until December 11th.
All right. I'm on it.
But it does speak to another thing that kind of came up again tonight, which is, I think there are a lot of misconceptions over what layer and what organizations dictate what happens where. In other words, there were some comments about MDE driving certain things that MDE doesn't drive. MDE is driving nothing with this policy. Nothing. This is MSBA. They are not the same organization. In fact, they are at odds as much as they work together. And so that's a huge point of clarity, that as you're out there reading, writing, and sharing on social media, understand the distinctions and know what you're talking about. It's important. And that goes for us as well, but it goes for everybody. Those are not the same thing. And the same thing is, the state can come up with as many plans as they want to, but unless it's a mandate, the 6 people sitting here decide what happens in this school district, not the state of Minnesota in most cases, unless it's a statute.
hopefully.
Or unless there's money attached
Right.
to it.
Well, that's earmarks and that's mandates, right? Which we can't control.
yeah.
We can't control that. We can control what we can control. And what we can do is we can look at a state recommendation. We can look at even a state mandate that doesn't have statute behind it and go, if we want to.
I think.
So I'm
also-
sorry, I didn't mean to soapbox there, but it was important to me because I think this stuff gets convoluted and it's really making this process that much harder because of this conflation of these different organizations and what they're doing. Now, I'm not talking about ALA. I don't know anything. I'm like Michelle, I don't know anything about ALA. So to just put a period on this for tonight, we're going to look for a potential alternative to ALA to describe in the policy, but we have the option to leave it as is, knowing that the ALA has layers, and that maybe it is a reputable source as a potential source for our staff, or we're just silent on it like the boilerplate policy is. Seems like those are, yeah. And my confession is I don't have a lot of passion about the subject as that piece of it. All right, so let's move on to C real quick. We just added the time frame on C to dictate once Director Heidman had an issue with, again, the MSBA policy was like, library materials that are outdated no longer can be removed and whatever. And then he's like, well, how often? When do we look at it? Who does it? And so all we said was, here's a time frame. So this is what was suggested. Does anybody have any concerns about that? Okay, next would be item 6 at the bottom of page 4, which is specific to the middle school. Near and dear to DJ's heart, what we did here was shorten this a lot.
It's awesome.
And all we're really going back to once again is the idea that, you know, we're gonna hang our hat on the fact that there's mature content in there, mature being a very subjective term.
Yep.
And the idea that Harry Potter is flagged as mature in our middle school library, and you have to have a permission slip from your parent to check that book out. So that's the idea, is that we're hanging our hat on the idea that there are guardrails and gatekeeper methodology in place so that not every kid can just walk out of the Forest View Library with any book.
It's a bonus. Is it the same thing we have now?
Yes.
It is, right? So I have a question. If I'm in 5th grade, can I go read those books when I'm in the library? Like if I have 45-minute library time, can I go read those books and get them? And my second question is, are they separated? So we look at that up there, that section over there is the mature ones. There shouldn't be any little kids over there. So the media specialist could look up and be like, hey, you know you belong down on that end. You're not supposed to be down here. Or are they just mixed in alphabetically? Or you know how libraries are with their number systems. I don't know how they do it these days, but.
Subject to correction by Director Murtha, I believe they are just mixed in by categorization, and they are open access with green dots on their spines to indicate
Green
that they're.
tape. Green dot is a genre indicator. Green tape is the indicator that it's mature.
So to make everyone a little more comfortable, I mean, I don't have any kids in the school, but the people that voted for us and that have been sending us letters and emails and on both sides, I don't know how anyone could get mad if those books just had their own area, the mature books. The 7th and 8th grade books go over here, the little kids' books go over here, or the sign-out books have their own section. What % of the library are the actual sign-out books? Does anyone have any idea? I mean, is it 10%? Is it 50%? Is it 5%? I mean, how big of a thing is, I mean, this has got to be a big thing for us, obviously, because we talk about it almost every meeting or someone talks to us about it. So is it, what % are we talking about?
I don't have the number at hand.
You got it. One of those spitball numbers? What do you think?
But I don't really see a kid going into the library and saying, I just want to read a mature book. I'm going to go to the mature book section. They're going to go to, I love to read fiction, or I love this author, or whatever it is. And there's going to be all kinds of books there, and there might be one with a green piece of tape on it, and it might not be the one that they choose. So I mean, it's not the way people naturally look for books, I don't think.
Well, I was never much of a reader. When I was going to the library, I remember I was at Franklin and they had a book to learn how to blow smoke rings. My buddies told me about, so I was in study hall one day, I figured that out. It's the truth. I wouldn't have found it. Yeah, I don't know. Is that a consolation that you guys could get on board with, that maybe make some parents more comfortable? Is it worth talking about? Or is that just a complete nightmare for the media specialists or resource, what are they called?
Media specialist.
Yeah, is it just a nightmare for them, or is it something that's kind of easy and wouldn't be that hard to police?
Oh, well, there's a couple of questions in there. I would like to hear from the media specialist about how confident they are in the supervision of students in the library, because in the end, that comes down to that issue. My experience with the library, and I'll be honest, it's limited. I'm in there passing through a lot, but I don't spend a whole lot of time sitting down with kids in the library at this point in my career, is they tend to know what they're going to. They tend to go get it and go straight to the checkout, and they go through the process there with the clerical who's managing checkout. Beyond that, I would think that we want to hear from the media specialist of the library how confident she feels doing that. I would share the concern about grouping them. First of all,
makes them easier to find.
Yeah, it will make them easier to
Well,
find, but
a green dot is pretty easy to see.
the normal experience isn't that they're looking for a mature book. They're looking for a book of interest, and it may happen to be mature. And that's when the adults have to become involved as part of that process. So, you know, the kid who pulls a green tape book off and goes up, if they didn't know it was a green tape, there's a learning moment there, and the adult's going to work with them on that. If they know that it's a book that they're not supposed to have, they're not going to be able to check it out. You know, they're not going to get past the gatekeeper. No kid has so much time in the library, they're going to be able to sit down and just power through you know, an 800-page novel and find, you know, something prurient, unless they have very carefully planned this entire endeavor,
That
in
would
which
have been my
case,
point, was when they're mixed in general population, right? There's a shelf and there's
Right.
some green tape. Now, that green tape could be on there for a whole bunch of different reasons.
Violence.
Any number of different things that would be, again, subjective and may not even be of concern to 85% of the parents of that particular age group. Plus, the maturity of a reader isn't really driven by chronological age. It's driven by their ability to read and absorb information and process the themes. You know, I know fifth graders that read well ahead of 10th graders, right? My kids, a couple of them were like that, one not so much. But to Tim's point, if you group them, then people are like, oh, well, that's the taboo section. What's in there that's really hot? And I'm gonna go try to find that. Well, then now they can find that outside the library at that point, because now you've
their cell phones will find it for them far faster than anything in the library.
That's kind of my take. I mean, because I had the same
That's my
concern.
take on the whole thing. That's why I don't know why it's such a hard decision. But that's been my take from day one.
Yep.
If it's all available, so why, I'm just wondering why our tax dollars are buying it. That's been my argument from the first day this ever came up. The first meeting I heard about this is like, this is easy to me, but I get
Well, it's
it.
easy until you get to the subjective part where something that's offensive to one person isn't offensive to somebody else. I had to go to a meeting and talk about the movie Footloose myself because we had a community member that wanted of Mice and Men out of the library and out of the curriculum. They did not want my 10th grader to read it. And I said, you control your own kid. My kid's gonna read the book because there's teachable stuff in the book. Otherwise, we can't dance here either. You know, so it's all subjective. That's the problem with it. And I understand those concerns. I'm totally on board with the concerns, and I have no problem with these folks that are making these requests for reconsideration. It's well within their rights and for their concerns. 100% agree. But there's, you know, again, like when we were in school, there was stuff, particularly violence, but there was stuff in those libraries we didn't know about until, you know, back then that was all there was. There was no internet. There were no cell phones. Somebody found
that's
something
where you got
cool,
it.
then it was like, okay, well, hey, check out page 49 on whatever, right? I mean, I don't think that culture exists anymore to speak of.
It may not.
Well, they can go onto a website and find out the pages, and well, they can read it.
Well, they don't have
They
to do
don't
it.
even
I mean,
have
we've
to
done
go
it
into the
for them because it's been
library
brought
and-
up in these meetings. It's already, I've got a whole thing at home. I can show you every one of them.
I mean, so, yeah, I mean.
Like Cliff's Notes for me. I just go, hey, it's a slow night.
Well, just to reassure you, DJ, one of the first questions I asked, and I think at the last policy committee meeting, and hopefully Tim and Kevin will verify, I asked the question, what do we need a library for?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a
That's,
little
that was,
surprised
I
we
mean,
still have it.
and we had a little discussion about it, but I mean, it was a question, and yeah, well, we do need a library, but.
All right, so anyway, we're in the middle school section. I mean, I think we could, to your point, DJ, we could take a look at, you know, having at the policy committee level, we could look at a deeper dive into, is there some review of how the middle school is arranged? But I don't think we try to codify it in this policy, right? To me, it would be a separate process that we would go through. And then if we were all, you know, fundamentally agreed on something that we wanted to make some fundamental shift in how we did that, then we could address it as a board action item.
Well, it's something to think about. You know, it would maybe make some people happy, and, you know, we need to put some faith back in our schools. I think it's lacking. The trust, like Sourcewell said, we need to put trust back in 181. But anyways, what do you think about number 7?
Sure. What you got? Now we're getting in the meat of it for real.
Really?
Well, this is the flavor of the day, right? Is the reconsideration process.
I think we could just scratch A, but whatever. The question I have on this deal is when I read number 2, I've got so many notes, it might be number 3.
Your C?
Yeah, under C, because right now, the way it's written is the principal could just say, if a parent went and complained about a book in the library, if it somehow got in there and the principal didn't like it, they could just remove it, right?
Which happens dozens of times a year already.
Yeah, that's sort of like,
Just doesn't have a
Principal
written
Anderson did.
process around it.
Right, but it doesn't read like that's possible in the new policy.
That's the whole reason for the section C.
Which paragraph you
Or
have,
does it say the
DJ?
principal could take the book out? Says
Number
that they're
one.
gonna process, it says they're gonna process the request.
Yeah.
Well,
then-
why, right now, the principal could just remove the book. And I think that's.
So they could come back, part of the explanation that they come back in section 2 is to come back and say, we removed the book, or we moved it to the high school because upon review, because it came in as a part of a batch of books. Again, this happens all the time.
Okay.
We've shuttled it over to
Got
the
it.
high school, right? So that's what
Got
the,
it.
that's what
That's
the
my
community
question.
member that asked for the informal review
That's
is
my
entitled to within 10 days, which is the blue that you see there. So the idea was to empower at that, hopefully, a large number of those to be dealt with without going through the formal process.
I just don't see where it says that the principal has that power.
Good point. I mean, it's
Do you want us to
inferred.
clarify that in section 3 in the first sentence? Because that feels like where it's implied, and to your point, Director Donnellinger, it's not stated clearly.
Yeah, it feels like we could put some words in one.
Yeah,
That
not
would give us
much.
a little more direction towards, that's a really great point, DJ, it's a good catch.
I think at the same time, we want to clarify that the principal's still bound by policy and protocol as well.
Yep, I think that's a great takeaway.
So the principal can make a decision, an informal decision to remove a book.
Yep, already happens today.
And why don't they do that with every book that
Because there isn't.
Because they go to the
clear-
media specialist and have a dialogue about the
They decide
value
it's
of the
not that
book
bad.
or whatever. Because, I mean, let's be honest, I could have, I'll use Kite Runner as an example. I can show up tomorrow and I can challenge Kite Runner, and then, so the principal just removes it because I said so?
No, I'm not
Yeah.
at all in favor of that. I'm wondering when a principal decides to remove a book and when they decide to retain it. What are they using as their guide to unilaterally just remove a book because of?
I think they're working directly with the media specialist. And the media specialist then is reviewing with the principal the selection guidelines that were used to choose that book and what other resources, and when we talk about what resources they vetted that book against, to provide a broader context to that book. Therefore, if it's not something simple, like we've talked about, some of it's age level or developmental appropriateness that's moved, then that principal will have to give the complainant, as I think we've defined in here, in writing, why they're not just gonna automatically review
Okay.
it, and it initiates the process.
Yeah.
However, there's chances where they're gonna just say, no, go to the library media specialist, that doesn't align with our guidelines, we're not, and that has the ability to do that, which has happened.
Well, and you have, as Tim mentioned, you have 1,000 titles coming in, right? So some of these are bought in bundles. And
understand
so
that, yeah.
nobody's ever read them,
Well, sure.
right?
That
And
would be
so
the way it would
in
be.
the end, what
This
happens
isn't
is
the
somebody
intent-
finally reads it and goes, well, you know,
Okay.
like,
But wouldn't have we have gotten good direction from the American Library Association?
well, there's a number of different resources that are used. It's not just that. That's the large, upstream framework.
It's the only one we're recommending in this.
The only one in policy, but if you think about when they're doing the actual process of ordering books, they have, what is it, Goodreads or whatever it is that they use?
We're not recommending only one. Let's come back to the text. Let's make sure we understand that in those sentences, it says may, and it has, the American Library Association is one of them, but other professional organizations, professional reviews, vendor book lists, recommendations from vendors. There's multiple places that we're collecting information from. A lot of the decision is based on the relationship you have with the vendor. So Scholastica was brought up earlier. Lots of books are purchased through Scholastica, not just here, but everywhere. Are we going to occasionally find one that we just don't think that fits? Absolutely. I can give an example. 4 years ago, a book for second grade social studies was acquired, and the teacher had a concern with it. Principal, not knowing what the policy directed to do, asked me to examine the work, and I took a look at this, and I'm like, I'm not feeling this is grade level appropriate. So I went and found my literacy specialist and said, first of all, talk to me about the reading level of this text. And they said, no, reading level is appropriate, but content and vocabulary were inappropriate for what was a second grade book. So at that point, the decision was made, should we move it or should we eliminate it? Because it's reading level and the nature of the content, lots of, butterflies and flowers and stuff. Moving it to Forest View's library, where the language might have been appropriate, there wasn't an audience really, we felt, for that book, so the book was removed. We sent it back to the vendor, got store credit, and looked for something else. Okay, so there's going to be times when that occurs. And it's usually an attempt to catch something that got through.
Okay.
That's the intent there. The intent isn't to subvert the policy, okay? Depends, every once in a while, we get a book that comes through. Some of the books we come through have, particularly at the younger level, firmer language than we probably would want for some audiences, okay? It's not a teachable moment for a second grader. It's a teachable moment for a fifth grader, definitely a teachable moment for a seventh grader. But this is where I need the principal who understands grade level appropriateness to weigh in and give them that ability.
Who reviews the books when they are sent to us in a bundle before they get put on a shelf?
Well, they get
Do they just
stamped.
get put on a shelf and then we?
No, they get stamped. So like anything else, we're purchasing agents, so we have rules that we have to follow as we purchase things. So as books come in, the very first thing they do is they're stamped as the property of ISD 181. And then they are directed to whatever they're supposed to go. No, again, 1,000 books, and we've covered this multiple times. No one's going to sit down and read them all. Someone might look at a title and go, huh, set it aside, and then look at it and then decide whether it continues on with the rest of
And
it.
that's my question.
But you're not going to do that for over 1,000 to 2,000 books a year. It cannot be done.
Understand. My question is though, before they get put on the shelf, does somebody kind of just take another quick review and just gaze through them or not?
No.
Okay.
Is that
Not
done-
unless
that's
there's
probably
something
done
that
in
jumps
order?
out at them, whether it's the picture on the cover or the title that gives them pause. Something has to trigger that reaction. It won't be every single book gets thumbed through. Someone may pick it up, may read a blurb, and it just may do that. But there isn't a universal screener that you can apply there, at least not in a reasonable fashion.
And I realize this is anecdotal, but isn't it fair to say that a significant number of the books that are moved from, say, an elementary school library to the middle school or the middle school to the high school are discovered by educators?
Yeah. It's usually the teacher that finds them.
How many get removed from the high school?
Pardon?
How many books a year get removed from the high school library?
Through curation or through
Yeah.
or through selection?
Through somebody looking at it and saying, this ain't even appropriate for high school.
I do not know.
Okay, that's cool. No, it was just a question, Tim. I mean.
Yeah, no, I do not know. I've never asked Principal Anderson or Principal Rusk if she's ever removed anything.
Where are we at?
Well, we were on 3, but
Perhaps.
now that we're back on this American Library Association deal, I have to read paragraph A. I just can't help myself. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to
up
hold
to
us
A?
here. I'm not trying to keep us here all night. I really not. The Board of Education supports principles of intellectual freedom inherent in the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Here we go. And expressed in the Library Bill of Rights of the American Library Association. And the student's right to read statement from the National Council of Teachers of English. A copy of the Library Bill of Rights is attached. So it's like, we just kind of keep going back to those guys. So anyways, I just like to see that whole first paragraph scratch because I don't really know why we have to tell people that we support the principles of intellectual freedom in the First Amendment. Because my lord, I would hope we should be teaching the First Amendment. Not only do we follow it, right? So I just wonder how important that paragraph is.
Well, I think it's important to the reconsideration process to point that out, that that's going to be one of the tenets that we specifically are looking for when we're evaluating.
Oh, when you reevaluate?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Well, there you go.
So I sent
I have to read the Bill of Rights.
an email response to a community member today who was concerned about our policy. And we talked about I mentioned intellectual freedom. And it is the right of every individual to both seek and receive information from all points of view without restriction. And that is what we have in our policy, is that we are supporting intellectual freedom.
But for me, I'd rather get wrapped around the axle on the content, not the source. I'm not going to operate under the presumption that every fruit from the ALA tree is poisonous. I'm reading the Bill of Rights now, which is originally written in 1939, and there's absolutely nothing in it that I can find to object with. It's been amended as recently as 2019, but there's, in my view, nothing horribly controversial. It's 7 articles. You can read it in about 20 seconds. But we can sidebar that at some point or come at it. if
Yeah,
there's
it's not a deal breaker for me.
Okay,
So are we done with the informal? Paragraph C?
I believe so. Let me flip back over to the PDF real quick, sorry.
And again, there we just eliminated requester to have complainant. We use that terminology throughout the remainder of the policy, so.
And then great care was taken throughout here, both in the red and the blue, to make sure that every step in this process has a timeline to it. So everybody knows when I do this, this happens, this is how long it takes. Again, 606 had a lot of vagaries as it related to that, which I think is a huge part of the frustration that people were having with it. I'm sure there are multiple areas of frustration, but we went back and made sure. So there may still be a hole in there that somebody will catch, but Randy and I went over this a bunch, and I think like we've got, and eventually what we'd like to do is take this and turn it into like a graphic that people can understand, where you can look at it and go, here's what this looks like visually, as
Flow
opposed
chart?
to.
The flow chart?
Yeah, your idea. Yep, that was your idea.
Yep.
I love the idea. I think it's great. Like a one-page diagram that's, if you have a problem, this is what you do. If the principal does this, this is what you do. If the principal does this, this is what you do. And it could actually be that easy. Anything else in C there that people have concerns about? There's a little bit of red under 2. Or are we still in informal? Sorry, I'm on informal. I'm in D.
Where are you at?
Formal?
Yeah, under formal, you have the 5-year. Page 6 now.
D1, what paragraph?
1,
And
under
that,
D.
that was the only change, right? in
Yep,
D?
that's the only change in there from the MSBA template.
Yeah, it's good.
What's your thoughts on that? Seems like a
I
long
like it
time
better
to
than the
me.
old one, which was you can never challenge it again, technically.
Is that
Under
what it was?
606, yeah. Once it's been adopted, it's there. So at least this allows for some flexibility in the changing of the attitudes of a culture. For me, it's a little dangerous. It reminds me of days of yore when people were challenging Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer because they didn't like the historical portrayals that were in there from a contextual perspective. But, you know, that's why we have a process, I guess. And then the only other thing there was the MSBA. I don't know why that shows red. I thought it was the MSBA one that said on an annual basis. It was like a grand jury. We would seat a committee and their job for the whole school year would be to review all. And we were like,
No.
you know, that is a death sentence nobody wants.
Yeah.
So the idea was to create a little bit more of a flexibility. Director of Teaching and Learning notwithstanding.
It is, I don't know why it's red. It should have been just struck with the red line.
Yeah, it was just,
well-
I think we just struck it and it redlined it for some reason. This was all me operating off of Microsoft Word and I probably screwed it up.
We just know it's not gonna be in there.
It's just not in there because we're gonna do a unique ad hoc committee for each challenge that comes along. And you'll see some more flexibility built in below where C in particular under 2, we changed that from the principal, as in every time we have a challenge to a high school library book, that Principal Rusk is the one that has to be on that committee. Now she can designate that to her lieutenant principals.
Well, that's good.
So we can spread the workload a little bit more. That's the idea there.
Okay.
So I didn't see where this was addressed at all, but I'm curious, when when a resource is reviewed and the decision by the committee, the ad hoc committee, is to retain that resource, and that resource is in a series, and somebody has an issue with another book in that series, do we retain the series? Is that, I didn't.
It's
So
in
we
there.
did, so what?
It is in there? Okay.
Well, we
think we
made
have
some
something
good points.
there,
That was a
did-
good discussion at the committee
Said
meeting.
recommendations.
It may or
Yeah, I've got a
recommend.
strong feeling on that. I'm gonna let the other people describe it because I have pretty strong feelings about this one.
So rather than, and again, when we talk about, because one of the questions or concerns was acting outside of policy. So
Oh,
that
okay.
ad hoc committee
I
really
think that's
did,
what that means.
Okay.
in what I observed, again, they had this question, so they did not have the authority or ability to answer that question. They deferred the question to the school board, which is what their purpose was to do, which it'll continue to be. So what we've talked about in that report is if they have any questions or additional recommendations, comments regarding policy or process, they'll put that in the report back. on that.
And that's what this first committee did.
Well, the
correct?
first committee just didn't know, like, they're
Oh,
just,
we-
that was their question,
'Cause I know
but
we
as,
discussed it,
yeah, as we
but-
discussed in the
Policy didn't
policy.
address it, so we just asked the question.
Okay.
Right, and the authority then was the school board. This allows them to put it in that report, and then that can be responded to based on that.
What paragraph is that in, Dr.?
It's number 4D. So we talked about the report from the committee may also include additional recommendations or comments regarding policy or process. So
yes.
they've actually lived it and breathed it and learned a lot. And I would hope as we go through this process, the people that are actively involved from all sides have that input to give that information back. So we didn't want to say, I mean, the only example we had was that.
Right.
But we talked a lot at the committee meeting, what one person may be upset about for sexual passage, the next reader may be upset about violence that's depicted in the book. They're challenging the resource on two different questions.
Reasons.
So to remove something from a series, we discussed that those were valid points, and to me, that would come back from the.
Okay.
And in,
I
and
struggled
how
with
this
that.
would read is, in that, it's coming to you, the board.
Yep.
Which is exactly what that ad hoc committee did, because they didn't have the authority. They brought the question and challenged it back, and said, we don't have the ability to do this. It should come to the board.
Well, and
So-
to put a little more context around for you, Michelle, I would use the examples of the ones that are currently going through the process, the Sarah J. Moss books. Right now, their first one was 4 in the series, the first one you did?
5.
5?
5, I think.
So there are 4 books before that, and then I'll throw Harry Potter in there again, because that's one I know pretty well, because all my kids read it. The content and maturity level of the content in The Sorcerer's Stone is a heck of a lot different than the content that's in Deathly Hallows. So to grandfather in the entire series when somebody challenges, right, and it's upheld. Now, I may have an issue with Voldemort blasting people into microbits where that doesn't happen in Sorcerer's Stone. They're just running around petting griffins and stuff. You know, it's like totally different. And fantasy in particular, it's graduated because what happens is these authors write for an age group and then the books follow the kids as they mature. So the idea that you can just subjectively okay an entire series based on the content in one book and then tack on the point that Heidi made, which is just because you have a problem with this chapter, with this piece of information, I want to challenge that for a whole different reason. And now I can't because it got grandfathered in.
So where we came up with the language in 4D was to basically say the committee can give that input and it'll be in the report. That report
Okay.
comes to the superintendent, just like it did. That it followed the exact process in the existing policy. That recommendation that came from that ad hoc committee then is moved forward to the board. So as a superintendent, it would be my job to move any question or review of policy or review of process back to the board and facilitate that. And
Yes,
it,
yeah, I
But
see the
here's-
Sarah Moss books as being the same reading level.
They're not, well, they're the same reading level, but the intensity of the content, I've read both of her big series. It took me
Increases,
like 3 weeks.
Okay.
But they
3 weeks?
increase as you go through time. And there's a little bit more intensity to the final books.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
yeah. You're thinking like Game of Thrones where people start dying day one. But this isn't like that. It starts
Okay.
out pretty tame. It's a woman lost in the woods and she kills this thing by accident. And, you know, it evolves from there. Am I characterizing that somewhat appropriately?
That is accurate from my reading.
The other big issue with,
Remember, I'm a huge nerd. I read tons of fantasy. I think the Sarah J. Maas books are not very well written, just for the record.
the other issue that we brought up, Michelle, was the policy states people have to read the book in its entirety.
Right.
Well, if you say, well, we're just gonna keep the whole series, well, that just takes that whole policy and just blows it right out of the water.
so this is putting into
So-
language though, to Randy's point, how.
They
if
could
there's this-
recommend it.
Yeah, how discussions occur in that committee, if it's outside their scope,
You know,
they put that in the report, it comes back before the board.
Okay.
That was not defined in the policy. That's what the intent of the additional language before.
well, yeah, it wasn't defined, I mean, you could have read through the policy and came to the conclusion that, well, the policy says you gotta read the whole book. Well, if you're gonna approve of a whole series, well, you're not reading the books then.
Yeah,
But it wasn't,
that makes
we want this policy to be clearer. We want it to be clear.
I guess I feel like it's irresponsible of us to retain one book in a series, but to take another book in a series out. But if the content is not appropriate, then,
That's a good point.
yeah, just have to think about this one.
I think for the purpose of policy, again, looking at 4D, when you look at your role as a board to govern this policy, is this language clear enough to
Okay.
say that in the report, recommendations are coming? Again, it's written to the point of, if there's anything outside of the scope, superintendent will bring that forward to the board. It allows them, like, what are they supposed to do with these random questions?
Okay,
It gives them a place to put it.
yeah, okay.
And I think it leaves us enough flexibility that at the board level, if it comes to us and we want to make a decision or a determination based on that recommendation, we don't just have to send a group of 12 people back to read a whole series. We can talk to some professionals that read it
Yeah,
and can interpret it through the spirit of what happened with the one book.
okay.
To me, that would be a more intelligent way to approach it. Because, you know, the pragmatic side of me says, I mean, do we really want to be throwing resources at this, at the level that we are? Anything that we can do to
Well,
minimize
hopefully-
the amount of drainage.
Hopefully
that
we
have.
won't be.
Right.
Yeah, because the book I read was 25 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you're probably a pretty fast reader.
I-
Taking me
well.
30. I have to answer the phone 2,700 times in the middle of it.
And look up a few words.
Oh, shut it.
We'll make sure that some people have the ability to evaluate a graphic novel.
Okay.
I'm gonna do what the kids did in Miss Wig's class. I'm gonna do the audiobook.
That's what I did.
No, walking my dog.
I do think there's some flexibility added to the policy about not making the principal. Part of the concern of the
sense.
committee was there were 3 or 4 or 5 people who are identified by policy who have to always sit. The new rewrite of the policy gives us the latitude to spread the love out a little
That's
bit.
good.
I like that.
I have a question about that committee. And, you know, I'm probably gonna end up in the Sarah J. Moss book over this one, but I don't understand why we have student representatives. I don't say that, I don't wanna discount them. I know that's what the school is all about, but I don't know why we'd put a 15-year-old, or I don't know how old they are, on these committees. They can't vote, they can't do this, they can't do that. So why do they get to be 1/6 of the committee? It doesn't make sense to me.
114, there were 14 people on the committee.
But the new consistency, if you look at
Oh, is
the
it-
prior
is
page,
it?
we
Oh.
rejiggered that
I
a
don't,
little bit.
that doesn't make any
Okay.
sense to me, and if I was a parent, I would be just,
Yeah, because we tried to work backwards from how can we have an effective committee, but yet the smallest committee that we
I mean,
can.
maybe we should
because
have the
of-
basketball coach. Jack Freeman has to have 2 kids off the basketball team help pick out the basketball coach, or the football coach, or the hockey. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not trying to pick on the kids. I'm sure they're really sharp kids.
Well, and their parents had to give permission.
Well, I understand, but I don't know why they're on there, because they're minors, and these seem to be a little more serious things to me than to have them on a committee. Now, planning out homecoming, prom, all those sorts of things, they should definitely be involved. It's kind of their thing, you know, I mean, they should be kind of in charge of it. But when it comes to things like this, you know, it's like, well, should we have the safety patrol out there at 7:45 or at 5 to 8? Well, we got 2 kids on the committee, and they're both like, 5 to 8, 5 to 8, we gotta get the breakfast first, what about the chocolate milk? You know, I mean,
I think they do bring a relevant perspective, and I mean, they're the consumers of this material, right? And they have a different perspective than we probably would. And we're making decisions for them, about them, to have them in the room, I think is important.
well, there you go.
I mean,
That makes sense to me. I
same
mean,
thing,
there's
we had-
value there, I get that.
And they're insightful. These kids are really insightful.
I sat with a few of them at the strategic planning thing, and one kid that we had was really sharp, and he didn't even know what to do. He said the biggest problem in the school was respect, and that he told me that half the kids in my class would walk in here and give everybody the bird. And it was over his ski tips, you know. I mean, I felt kind of bad for him, because we're all coming up with these sticky notes to put up, and the poor kid is like, what am I doing here, you know? He's very smart. I could tell he must be one of your best students. And he's a good guy. I just felt like he's sitting around with a bunch of 40, 50-year-olds, you know? Like, what am I doing here?
We also met with them just in a student group too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was torn on this one too, and there was a lot of domestic debate about this at my house. And where I ended up falling on this was, if it was 6 students where they have a reasonable amount of sway on the outcome, I would be more concerned about that. But I think student voice, we have it on the equity task force, and I will tell you that's been invaluable to the work that's being done there.
That makes more sense.
Almost couldn't do the work without them.
That makes more sense to me than this situation, but I get it, because they're living it. They see
But
what's
to me,
going
it's the
on.
same concept, although like, to your point, it's not as, I think, not as critical necessarily, but I still think to Sarah's point, it's important because they're the ones that they might come up with a perspective we didn't think of because we're 30 years removed from
True.
thinking that way.
They also might say that they want to have pizza and ice cream every day for lunch, and you wouldn't let them do that.
That's why there's 10 adults on the committee.
Okay, fine.
Except if I was on the committee, I'd vote pizza and ice cream too, but.
So would I.
Yeah.
I'm still going for that.
No, but I think that was, I meant to cover that when we were back on that page. I'm glad you brought that back up because I've had a couple of community members reach out to me about that.
I mean, I'm nothing against the kids.
Yep.
It's just,
All right, so we're down to, where are we down to? We're down to
5.
Yep. We didn't do anything too fancy with this one. We just, the blue lines that you see in the final version are my fault. Again, as a guy who looks at contracts all day, when you see the word reasonable in a policy or a contract, it gives me hives. How do you measure that? So that's all this really was taking that out and putting definitive timelines and stuff in there so that we weren't, like putting subjective terminology wherever we could. There's enough subjective in this policy already without us adding it. That was my view.
does anybody have any questions? I have one, of course. Can't help myself. Superintendent or superintendent's designee shall provide the complainant and the school board copies of the reevaluation of the resource report. The requester, which you guys are going to make that the
That needs to be
same.
complainant. Yep.
Okay, may appeal the review committee's decision to the school board, right? 14 days, sounds good to me. And then, the school board shall respond to the appellant a written decision of the appellate's request within 6 weeks of receiving the submitted form. So does that mean that when we do this, we don't have anything public, we just?
No, the 6 weeks is by design, so I'll give you a perfect example. We got our first appeal. It came to me directly on Thursday. Well, because of Veterans Day, we'd missed the time frame to publicly post the agendas, so I made the call to push it to the December meeting for the appeal. So that 6 weeks gives me, or whoever the chair is, time to get it scheduled for a board meeting where it is discussed in public. That's the whole point of
So
it.
how does that process work? Does the person that's appealing it come and talk to us, and then the committee lead come and talk to us, or we just hash it over ourselves, or?
It's actually a good point.
How
I mean,
does that
the
work?
appeal has a form associated with it. So this individual filled out a form.
So they write out their reasons for.
Yeah, I mean,
that
it's
they
a
want this
one-page form.
book
It's
gone?
not, there's a box where they can type in and it'll be on the December agenda. I can send you all the form so you can see it. And basically, maybe we do need a little more clarity around what that procedural process looks like, that maybe those need to come to Dr. Hahn's office instead of the individual school board members. It would make more sense to me.
I think it's appropriate, as with all complaints or concerns, that it goes through the office of the superintendent, and therefore, through the board memo and update, it becomes an agenda item. The intent for 6 weeks was to make sure that there were 2 board meetings schedule-wise possible for exactly as you laid out. In case one was right up against a board meeting agenda couldn't be altered, that the board had an opportunity to respond. The other piece to that is the board will want to have a conversation about what it's willing to discuss through the appeal. So the criteria and the notes of the judgment will all be provided to the school board. At that point, then, is this a case where the reviewing, is a case where the concern of the appellant is being reviewed in terms of, was the process correctly followed? Or is there a different substantive conversation occurring? And if that's the case in fulfillment of the policy, will the board have read the work in its entirety prior to a substantive conversation? Those are some things I think the board needs to decide for itself.
So we gotta work that out, maybe at the retreat.
Yeah, I think we could spend 45 minutes on it,
We should
talking
at
about
the
it.
retreat.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
And I think that's.
I think we didn't do anything to define that, right?
Well,
What
no, we
happens
did
when
not.
it comes to
What's
us.
First time it's ever happened.
Well, because one question the constituent asked was, well, am I, as the appellant, going to be able to sit at the microphone or not?
That's what I
We
think.
haven't defined that. So I think
If all we're
we can
gonna do is take
work
the
around that on what that looks like.
committee's thing and sign off on it, then why is there an appeal process?
Yeah, I mean, well, it did happen in 2014. What happened was the representative of the committee, the ad hoc committee at that time, came forward, read the complaint and the appeal. the board was supplied with all the information ahead of time, but there was no presentation on it, was you already have the materials, you've read
Oh,
it.
we just need to
Is it
figure
a
out
thumbs
what
up
we're
or a
gonna-
thumbs
I
down?
think, yeah.
Which,
So
if I'm writing it, that's how it's gonna look.
Well, that's, so here's the crux you're in, right? We're operating off of old policy. So the old policy operates on the form that's been filed, right? So the process you just described was basically that. You now have access to all the minutes, all the pieces from the committee process that's happened, which includes both people who spoke to retain the book and people who spoke to remove the book. That's all contained in the minutes. The form itself gives the complainant an opportunity to say why again, or why they want to challenge that decision of the committee. That's already described in the form. So one of the things when we look at this new policy is there's lots of different forms to develop that can create much more depth to that discussion and much more clear process. Right now, we don't have that. So your current process right now is you have access to everything that's happened, as does the entire public, as it's posted on our minutes. Now you'll receive the complainant's form requesting your consideration of why.
But to your point, DJ, I think it's important that because we didn't, it's nowhere is this stuff illustrated what the process looks like after appeal. It's a form, and then something happens.
Do we, is it
Right.
an action item that?
Yes, it is an action item. That much is
Okay.
clear, right? It will be an agenda item where we will vote on the appeal, which is what will happen on December 11th or whatever that date of that board meeting is. It will be an action item on our next board agenda that,
Oh, it'll be that night. We don't get to think about it. It's like you gotta decide.
Well, no, so you'll get a copy of the appeal, like Kevin has it, he can share that with the board. You have all access to all the materials now. Now, you as a board have the authority to interpret and apply policy. So if there's a process you want to follow based on your interpretation of, again, now don't get confused with what could be new policy, the existing policy, you have the authority to do that as a school board. So if you decide you're going to state, this is how we're going to follow this process, I can make sure I review that with legal. So we stay within our guidelines of existing policy and then move forward. But that is your authority as a board.
but it might, how we decide that might impact that timetable, that 6-week timetable, because you may have a board member that wants time to actually read the work in question.
I would recommend we talk about this at the board.
Yep,
retreat.
agreed. I think that's a good idea. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yep.
Okay. I think that's a good idea. I think we can hammer that out. I don't think it's gonna be that hard. It's just gonna be a little time consuming, so we'll spend some time on it on the 29th.
Just one question in my mind. There's no names to protect in this. I mean, all the names have been made public, right?
It's all public record. People can
Yeah,
request it.
that's
Except
okay,
for the
yeah.
student, the
This is
student's
student.
name is.
Right.
Right, but you're talking about appellants
I'm
and
talking
stuff like
about
that.
I'm talking about that,
Got it.
yeah.
There was a recommendation, I mean, as we've gone through this process and through that MSBA legal training, that was one of the recommendations for a board to consider is to keep the complainant's information private just because of harassment that can occur.
Oh, no kidding.
So, I mean, that's a suggestion or guidelines when you look at that. That gets really hard then when you go into public meetings, once you go into that public setting.
Yeah.
But in the original, so does that protect if I want to just talk to the principal or fill that out? So that's something to consider. That hasn't been part of this discussion. That can come forward in the
Like the
next.
concept, I don't see how you could execute on it.
We
the
tried to
initial-
honor that in the first meeting of the second challenge with the redaction of the formal complaint.
I mean, the reality is it'll get out through other channels, but the school district's not complicit in that release of information at that point.
And we were asked, were we in compliance with open meeting law in doing so?
Okay. Something to consider then as well. Just make a note of that if you would, please.
Okay.
Okay, I think.
Where are we at?
6.
6, I would recommend alphas under the 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be alphas, not numeric. Not a biggie. In other words, 6A, 6B.
Yeah, just the formatting of the
Yep,
indent.
just formatting, yep.
I have a question. I can't find it in here. I'm sorry. It's my mistake. If you wanna screw around, I can find it. But didn't I read in here somewhere where it says that you cannot, you cannot go and protest a book unless you've read the complete book? Is that in here someplace?
It's in, yeah, it's in, let me find it.
Well,
I disagree with that.
if you read it,
But the media specialist doesn't have to read the whole book. You told us they don't read the whole book.
No, they do.
And the principal doesn't read the whole
For
book.
the purpose of review of the policy, they have to.
But we're not gonna do a review. I'm just
That's
gonna
exactly what
I'm just
this
gonna
is.
walk in and say, Mr. Murtha, my child brought this book home. I don't think it belongs in our school, and you could read it, get with your read a specialist, whatever, and go, You know what, you were right, DJ, we're getting rid of this one.
I would say
And
that
it's
falls
over.
in the informal process versus the formal process. In the informal
That's not the way it's
process,
written, but anyways, I think we should
I
get
would,
rid of it.
I feel like it disagrees, but we can work to clarify language on that.
Yeah, let's do it.
I think, are you referencing, DJ, the selection of the materials?
No, he's under reconsideration, page 5, section
Okay.
C, number 3.
Good job,
Well,
Kevin.
if we look at our policy, what it says is it says to read
Oh, yeah.
or review.
It's okay. I think we should just clean that up because it seems a little unfair that we're gonna make you read the book, but then I can make a decision without reading the book.
I
I
know,
work
I
for the
I
school.
totally get it.
You, well, oh, informally, but
The
the
informal,
formal.
when the formal, then
process,
everyone
yeah,
needs to read the
okay,
book.
And that's what it,
And that.
And to
That's
go
what it
through the
says.
formal, you'd probably wanna read the book,
Yeah.
because you wanna be able
For
to
sure.
state your case.
But the complaint, I think this is stating that for the formal review, the complainant needs to read the
don't think
whole
if you
book.
do
it
that,
does.
That's
It's
the
number
intent.
3, the last sentence. The complainant must attest to having read or reviewed the material in question in its entirety.
Yep.
Because you're making a decision based on the material in its whole.
This is when they just go to the building principal.
That's the informal, so.
Is
Anyhow.
that
Again, it's honor system, so I
Good
guess
job,
on my,
guys. I mean, it's a
in
lot
my
of work
book-
to do that.
well, thank you, but I mean,
Well,
it's- we're not,
if someone's gonna make a good argument at the ad hoc committee, they
They're gonna need
better
to
have
read the
damn
whole
well
book.
read the whole
Yeah,
book.
no kidding. I
Because I'm
agree.
telling you one thing right now, I'm reading it.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I
not gonna,
agree.
there ain't gonna be no blowhards that are gonna be talking about what is or wasn't in the damn thing.
And I would just like to say content matters when you read a book. The whole content of the book is important, not an excerpt.
But
I would
it's-
counter that though with,
But it
it
says
depends on what you're challenging, right? So if I have a website, I'm just devil's advocating a little bit here. I don't disagree with you. I just want to counterpoint it a little bit. If my specific issue at hand is graphic sexual descriptions and depictions, and I have a website that's showing me exactly which pages those are on, if that's my only reason for challenging that book, do I need to understand the context of the situation if I have a problem with it regardless of the context? I think it's an interesting argument to have.
It is.
The particular challenge at hand is invoking on the appeal, the state statute, in fact. So, I mean, I think it's situational and subjective, just like a lot of this stuff is. I agree with the concept that you're bringing forward. I would want to know, because then if I'm going to judge this work from a maturity level perspective, all right, so let's say it's in the middle school library, understanding the context of the entire work is uber critical to determine whether we're talking about, are we removing this or are we moving it to the high school? Where maybe that level of content or the level of that explicitness is at least reasonably acceptable to a large number of people to move to a different location or something. I mean, I think there's a lot of layers to it. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
But I would, against the backdrop that all we're saying in the policy is that they will attest to having viewed or read the entire thing, what we're gonna, bring us a notarized, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Prince wasn't read it either.
For me, it was the same thing as saying they have to have a parent in the district. It was like, well, eventually if somebody wants a challenge, they're gonna find somebody to bring it forward, so why not just be transparent and let people do? But like I said, I'm not dug in on it, but that's my take on it.
All right, so what's the motion? What's the
The motion is to approve the first reading with edits or things that they've been taking notes on as we've gone, which are too voluminous for us to itemize
All right,
for
I
the
make a
motion.
motion
Motion,
to approve
May
the
I?
reading with the notations for the next reading.
correct.
How's that?
And pursuant to additional edits that would come from the retreat on the 29th.
Okay. That's
Get
the
all that,
motion.
Janet? So we may add to this. We're leaving it open to be able to create additional context that we add on the 29th at the retreat.
And may,
Are we okay with that not being a board action at a retreat? Because that's technically not legal.
What you're gonna do is your board retreat is public, so you're gonna be able to have a public discussion.
Yep. So the discussion.
And right now, with a first draft.
It's your notes
But we
anyways. It's Heidi's
pre-empowered,
notes
through
anyways.
this motion and the adoption of this motion, we pre-empowered those to be added in my mind.
And at this point, the district is obligated in first and second reading to take any input to bring back to the board for consideration.
Right. Remembering that we got 2 more readings of this one, clean it up in December as well.
I'll second it.
So
actually, January is the final meeting, as far as the third reading.
Not necessarily.
Right, but next meeting we may
We
have some
could
edits to
table it
it.
for a meeting.
Yeah, not necessarily, if we're not ready, we wouldn't bring it for a third and final reading.
Yeah, there's no requirement that we have this sorted. We just want to do it ASAP.
Correct. I stand corrected. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Director Dowdlinger with a second from Director Spear. Did I have that correctly? I did. To what he said, to go to empower administration to do the edits based on the notations and discussion that we had this evening and bring us a draft at the retreat to further add content to for second reading at the December board meeting if agenda allows.
And we'll put them in a different color. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna start using purple.
Perfect.
There you go. And gold.
Exactly. All right, discussion.
Great.
Just one last comment, and I'm done talking about this. We need to make sure in the legal references, we reference the Minnesota statute for
Obscenity.
obscenity and child pornography.
So that's a recommendation.
That's a recommendation, I'm recommending, yes, so. Can be,
I would support putting that in there for further board discussion at the,
Sure.
at the next reading.
Yeah. Well, we have to have it in there if we're gonna discuss it, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries, yay. All right. And yeah, no, that was, there was no other way to tackle this.
No, it needed to be done, and good job, and you guys did a good job writing it, and it's a tough job. I wouldn't have wanted, John, I was thinking how easy we get on the finance committee, and that's a piece of cake compared to that stuff.
Well, the thing is, some people in the community, they've expressed it in meetings before that, we've spent too much time on this, on the library book.
I agree.
Let's get after it, let's get it done, and then let's see where everything falls, but it's important. Everything we do is important.
Okay, so point of clarification on action item number 3, are we going to nominate someone for this, or?
So this is what's been brought forward. So you heard from
Thank you, Tim.
Dr. Paul Drange with Sourcewell about the board of directors, and there's a lot of emphasis from school district seats. Currently, there are 2 seats that are going to be open, one of which falls in our sub-region, and so the information that actually came from the executive director, Chad Coet, was to come to the board and see if there's any school board members from Brainerd Public Schools would like to be considered to be on the ballot, to be basically run for a 4-year seat, to serve on the Sourcewell Board of Directors. So I sent that out to all of you. I had one board member respond to say, boy, that's of interest to me. I can let that board member speak, but that's what we'd like then is to have the.
I make a motion, we put director board in there.
I was gonna formally nominate.
Well, you can, I'll be the second.
Okay.
Nominate Director Ward.
Yeah,
Okay, so.
All right, so did you abdicate, DJ? So for the record, we have a motion from Director Brecken with a second from Director Dondelinger to nominate Director Ward to be on the ballot for the Sourcewell Board of Directors for the period of January 1st, 24 through 12/31/27. Any discussion?
Just a question, do we get to vote?
No.
No, okay. Who votes on
You mean
that?
you mean right now?
No,
Oh,
who
I'm talking
votes on the
about-
Sourcewell board?
Yeah, who's gonna put you on the board?
Public,
Who votes?
all public entities that are members of the co-op.
Oh, different counties and cities and schools.
School districts?
Who are the 2 board members that are exiting?
In our region, it's Chris Kircher from Swanville School District. That's our region, is sub-region 3. And the other one is out of sub-region 2, Linda Art. She's from the Walker School District, but we fall in sub-region 3, which is why that seat's open
Great.
in our.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I'd like to abstain from voting.
Noted. Director Spear is abstaining.
Also,
And Director Ward is abstaining as well.
I think I should.
I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Maybe we can retro, see a 2-2 coming here. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck, Director Ward.
Thank you.
Yes, so you'll
Yes.
know.
I was gonna leap forward and I realized I've got 1 year left in this little room.
We can look for ballots to come out soon after it says December 19th of 2023. So we will move John's name forward for the ballot.
I'll have you all on my door knocking committee soon, so.
Perfect. All right, next up would be the review and approval of revised Appendix 902B for the Gitchisibi beverages procedure as presented. Thanks for hanging out with
Good
us,
evening.
Anne Marie.
Yeah, isn't this fun?
This should be relatively quick.
Yes.
Let's hope so.
So in your packets, there's a link to Appendix B, which is the procedural appendix for our alcoholic beverage sales and service policy at the Getchezeba Center for the Arts. As we're kind of learning more about this whole process, I did get information from the JCs who have an event coming up in February at the Getchezeba about their process for the sale and service of alcohol. As you know, they do several community events around town. They have several members who are what's called TIPS trained, which is a training around responsible serving of alcoholic beverages. They also get permits from the Department of Health for serving, the ability to serve at a special event and follow those safety rules. So anyway, I've rewritten the policy to have a slight adjustment that would allow an organization to either follow those rules similar to the JCs or to contract with a caterer, as we've talked about before. So I'm here tonight to ask you if you would approve of having that in our policy.
So is this coming forward? Okay, so we're gonna embed this in policy. This is not an exception for the JCs.
Correct. It would be for any organization that would follow those similar training and, right, correct.
And this is in the procedure, the appendix?
It's in Appendix B. That really gets down to the nitty-gritty of how we'll approve these. And it would still be, in my opinion, an approval process where we'll ask a lot of questions and get a lot of details before
And we put in there they have to
approving
provide
them.
that certification.
Yeah.
Proof of certification.
Mhm.
So in Anne Marie's research, she learned that this organization in particular had much, an additional layer of safeguard that was above a caterer. So how would we deny? That was the question that came back. So Anne Marie has learned a lot about tips and food handling.
And is TIPS something that we would be able to recommend to other organizations that are kind of like Lakes Area Music Festival perhaps, or is it more
Yes.
precise and?
There's a lot of organizations that are, they're not called state approved. They don't technically approve them, but they had a list. There's also local law enforcement agencies that'll provide that training. So there's lots of different options. So I'm not spelling out tips in our policy, but.
Other question, Director Ward.
Is this more cost effective for some organizations to come in?
Right, so the JCs uses that as a fundraiser, and that, their fundraising dollars go back to the community, whereas if they contract with a caterer, there would be no potential for revenue for their organization from that part of their event. So, and there is someone here from the JCs tonight, if anyone has any questions for him, he's sat through.
It's a great meeting to
know.
attend, thank you.
Those are right.
He's like, boy, this could have been item number 1.
Yes.
John, did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, Emery,
Yeah.
the bottom line is this make it easier or more difficult or no change at all in serving alcohol there? They're going to get certified, I understand all that.
Right, I would say it would open it up for an organization to potentially make some money doing it versus having to just hire a caterer.
But it still addresses all of our previous concerns. or whatever.
Right, with,
So-
a lot of those concerns were around making sure that we're reducing liability as much as
Right.
possible.
DJ, you had something? Oh, I'm
Wait
sorry,
a minute,
John.
I'm sorry, one more thing. As I read through the whole thing, I noticed hours of operation, it says alcohol beverages shall not be sold or served at any time prior to 1 hour prior to audience event. What is
5
that?
minutes, I thought it was.
What is that?
It
How
should
does that
say
impact
event-
this?
It should be event ending. Is that not correct?
No, we don't want,
Either halftime.
Okay, I'm gonna read it again. Hours of operation. Alcohol beverages shall not be sold or served at any time prior to 1 hour prior to an audience event.
Yes,
And then DJ, to your point, alcohol beverages may not be sold or served beyond 5 minutes prior to the start of an audience event.
correct. So We don't want, the venue opening 2 hours before a concert with people there getting served alcohol for 2 hours before the event starts. So we've limited that to 1 hour before an event starts. If it's a dinner, that's happening ahead of time in the lobby, that would be the event that the alcohol is being served at. And then we want that service to stop 5 minutes before they would actually go into the auditorium. They aren't allowed to bring the beverages into
All
the
right.
auditorium.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Thank you.
yeah.
DJ?
Here's my concern. I got called today. And so we had the referendum and we built that thing with taxpayer dollars. And if you've ever looked at what goes to the schools or the levies or the referendums, the commercials, about 4 times as much of the same dollar amount of a residential would be. And so who are we competing with? And so by adding alcohol all of a sudden, we're helping the JCs out of what, $1,000, $1,500? $2,000 maybe? But we're upsetting, we're going in competition with the MP Center. We're going in competition with Grandview. We're going in competition with Madden's and Craigan's. Because that event, if it needs alcohol, might end up there. And I just don't know that it's our position to go in competition with the people that are paying a lot of that referendum back. Person that called me said their property taxes, by the time we're done paying it off, will be $600,000. And he said he was all for the deal. Like, it's a great deal, because of the music and, the arts and the stuff we were gonna do in there. And now, from what, I think I'm right about this JC event is the kickoff for the fishing tournament, right?
Correct. They have a comedian coming.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I can go either way, but I guess my vote would be just to stick with the caterer. The JCs can still do it.
We probably talked to the same person, and I've been engaged with him.
Higgins?
Yeah. Previously on
Kinda
this.
got a point.
No, and I agree, and here's how I get my head around it, if it helps you, or it doesn't, whatever. One, remember the restrictions. First of all, most of these folks that are asking to use the Gitchezebe are like a comedian. We have a uniquely designed venue for that event.
True.
So that's number one. Number two, we're limited to not-for-profit organizations with headquarters within the city limits of Brainerd, and that's it.
So the Lake State Music Festival is a nonprofit based out of Brainerd?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Everybody's.
So there's a very limited list of candidate organizations that would have enough volume in the event to justify it. And, so in my mind, that limits that. And then for me, the third piece of that is we're trying to get a return on investment. So a little bit of competition is never a bad thing in my book. And there's coming a day where I think we're going to be in competition, whether we like it or not. This is just my opining with CLC for some things. Right now, we're trying to do that in a cooperative way, and as much as possible, I think we should do that, but it doesn't preclude us from a future where we have the facility and we have the ability to put people in that facility. When we look at Pillager bringing in all of these events into a facility that's 2/3 the size of ours, and they're filling it, and we're not.
So then what would we do? The school would get in the booze business?
No,
Well,
those
we'd
would still
hire
be.
Katie.
No, I'm talking about non-alcohol related events. I'm talking about just,
This is about.
But I'm specific to the
talking about
alcohol. My two contentions are that it's an extremely limited pool of people that can use our facility and serve alcohol because of those restrictions.
Deep down, from our finance meeting that we had, and seeing the rates that we're getting for it, as far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't even rent it out. I think the wear and tear is gonna exceed what you get for the rentals, but. I mean, we don't want to build it not to use it, but instead of school functions, maybe some, like you get local nonprofits, so that's a great reason to use it. But, we're not charging very much compared to what, just think what it would cost to get.
Certainly a topic for when we revisit that policy, and Anne Marie has that on an annual schedule for us to look at that and look at the rates we're charging, not just for that, but for all district facilities.
Anne Marie said they just wanted to kind of get it kicked off, isn't that what you told me? And kind of get it going, so the rates are.
Yeah, it is funny
probably
because you
go
talk to some of the people, not, again, alcohol aside, you have certain organizations in town that use the facility and will tell us
Too
that it's too
expensive.
expensive, and then privately, they'll say, wow, we're just getting a steal.
Well, look how nice it is. The thing's beautiful.
So I mean,
Wear and tear
topic
is
for another
expensive.
day, but this one specifically, I had the same concern as you did, but that's how I get my head around it is we're not, nobody's gonna do a wedding in there.
No.
And, nobody's gonna do a big charity bingo. I mean, the space isn't designed to handle something like that the way that a Grandview could, or.
Well, I thought they could do big dinners out in the,
You can do you can get maybe 120 people in there.
Right, yeah, you can't fit a lot of people in.
Lakes Area Music Festival is the only one that's done a significant one in there, I think, right?
We've had a few other, dinners, galas type of things, smaller attendance.
Anyway, that's how I get my head around it. You vote your conscience, but I just wanted to throw that nugget out there for you.
I don't think it's healthy for us to be in competition with those people, but that's just me. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's not like we're out advertising and bringing them in and building a hotel to go next to it either, so I get it.
Well, and I appreciate that it is for community use and it's for a nonprofit and it's helping them, meet the needs of the community in the ways that they do. So I think it's good when we can support the way we do for the unique venue that it is.
I just wish it was used more. I'd like to see more bands up here.
We
I'd like
have
to
some
see
bands
concerts.
coming.
Huh?
We have some bands coming.
It's actually used quite a bit.
Yeah, it's been
Is it?
quite busy.
It's busy.
Good.
I would enthusiastically support a motion on this.
So moved.
And I'll second.
A motion from Director Ward with a second from Director Brecken to approve the revised Appendix 902B, Gitchezebe Beverages procedure as presented by Anne Marie. Any further discussion or questions for Anne Marie? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we'll do a quick committee meeting update from Director Heidman. This should be pretty short because we just plowed through the substance of most of that.
Yeah, we just did.
That's your update?
Yep, that's a good one. That's a good one, Randy. You did a good job with that.
The only other thing I would say is that a lot of the other policies we talked about were all based upon state law and legislative changes, and it was just we can't do anything about it because we're told that this is what we have to do, so. But yeah, we spent the majority of our time talking about what we talked about tonight, so now we've got probably maybe about 6 hours of discussion on this policy? So, and it ain't done
I
yet.
mean, that's just
So-
tonight.
That's my end of my report.
Thank you. You had additional commentary, Director, or Dr. Hunt?
Director Heidman, what he talked about too, we did review kind of the statutory changes. They were minimal, so the recommendation from the committee was to go to consent.
Yeah, so the vast
Oh,
majority of those
okay,
come
good.
through the consent calendar, so we're batch approving those where there's not substantive change.
Okay.
Yeah, I maybe should have made a comment about that when we approved the consent calendar, but I didn't, but
All
we're
right,
fine.
next up will be informational. Director Spear with a BPSF report.
I have been waiting all night to share
Could have put you
this.
There's a lot of that going around.
Be careful, the night's not over.
I know. So Jessica Gangle, and I think she'd be fine with me sharing this, but she sent out an email that said, best day ever. And it was to announce an estate donation for almost $400,000
Holy cow.
to Brainerd Public Schools Foundation.
You've been sitting on that for 42
Say that
hours.
again.
Yeah, it was nearly $400,000 by the time all the disbursements are made.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Largest donation.
Oh my
second largest
goodness.
donation. And so it was from the Anna W. Olson estate. And so a portion of it will be designated to be endowed to use for scholarships. And there's another portion of it that's still out there being dreamt about nightly by the Brainerd Public Schools Foundation Group. So just fantastic. And the generosity of this community and just the way people show up. And this Brainerd Public Schools Foundation Group is so committed to making sure it gets spent on the kids in education. It's awesome. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Very, very cool.
I've got a few other things. December 4th, put it on your calendar if you haven't signed up for bingo. Spots are going fast, and February 3rd, put it on your calendar, big event at Grandview.
And out of this world, a night of stellar giving.
Yes.
So get your
space
astronaut
suits ready.
suit or whatever, ready to.
Oh, that's the big,
I was
big
able to,
event.
I was able to do the farm fresh thing last year. I don't know about the astronaut thing.
Oh,
I'm gonna come dressed as Joshua Dobbs.
Watch it.
There you go. That actually would be a pretty good one.
Yeah.
That would be really good.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Sarah?
Does it?
All right, we'll move on to Equity Task Force. Michelle?
I'll be quick too. The task force will be dividing into groups to look at how we can hear from different partners in our community. So all people on the committee have signed up for working with various groups from students, families, staff, and the community at large.
Thank you very much. Next up, the ad hoc fill-in for business services
department.
yeah. Just
Marcy-
imagine, if you will,
Yeah.
Marcy Lord with
Marcy
us.
Lord reincarnated.
In spirit.
She unfortunately is ill, and I'm afraid if we don't get Janet out of here,
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna see Janet the rest of the week. She's fading fast. She attached 2 documents in your board packet, the financial report and the enrollment report. In her financial report of note, construction funds are tracking higher compared to prior year. She's stating this is varied in previous months, so she's gonna be reviewing that at the upcoming budget revision, and she's gonna be asking for an updated draw schedule with the revisions from ICS to bring clarity to that. And then the summary of the enrollment report, we are down 8 students from the beginning of the school year in grades kindergarten through 12. But however, we're up in enrollment and up from predicted budget from the revision in October 1st, so.
Okay, thank you.
How's that?
You want to change hats?
Great.
Any questions on the, before we move to superintendent's report?
Good.
All right, so now you gotta do that.
I gotta switch. It was a fun night, I agree. I was very appreciative of John Erickson. So the Betty Alderman, I knew Betty Alderman dearly from just going to church with her and singing in church choir, and just, she was community everywhere. So a wonderful gift, the foundation, super exciting. And then it's just constant. There are so many gifts, and that's what I said. Director Ward stole my thunder, but just
Sorry.
That's all right. Wanted to note that every month there is just constant giving and constant support for our schools. We don't acknowledge them publicly, but we do make sure we individually send them notes as well. The other thing is we've had just volunteers all over the place. Last week we had veterans programs, and I'm so grateful to our area legions that participated in that and the volunteers that came forward. If you got to attend any of them, they were very moving. So very grateful for our community for that. And then just, I'm very appreciative if you look around this room for those that have stayed for the 4 hours of this event. This reminds me that was the intent, is the reason we do what we do and all the processes. This is the heavy lifting of processes because of students, and it's our staff. So when you look at these things, events, students, it's our staff that are making incredible things happen every single day. And it's reflected in kind of the faces that are surrounding us right now too. So just very grateful for that. And that's all I have, unless you want me to read my next binder worth of material.
No, that's okay. I
Start
think we
that.
can save that for a breakfast meeting. Perfect. All right, we'll move on to director updates, starting with Director Brecken.
I have no updates.
Thank you. Director Heidman?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but this popped into me this afternoon. I'm kind of going back 48 years when I was at Mankato State University. It happened to be in the springtime. And a bunch of students shut down our university, along with a lot of universities throughout the United States. They were protesting our invasion into Cambodia. Well, what does that have to do with anything? I'm concerned again. We've got a lot of students that are out there protesting what's going on in the Middle East. And I truly believe they don't know really what they're protesting, just like they didn't know 48 years ago what they were protesting. And it bothers me because we're in the education business. And some of the people leading these protests are professors. You would think that they would want to have them in class and educating them about why and what's going on. I feel bad because, you know, we're all involved in the education business. Yeah, we're at the high school level, but, you know, we've got the universities, and that's where our kids are going to be going. And I feel bad. I feel sad because they don't know, they don't even know what they're protesting, and they've had people ask them, why are you protesting? Well, I don't know. You know, who's Hamas? I don't know. I have no idea who they are. I mean, so I just wanted to throw that out. I think we're doing a pretty darn good job here in Brainerd, and but for whatever reason, I wasn't going to say nothing tonight, and then I decided, no, I want to bring that up. So that's it.
Thank you. Director Dondlinger?
I guess, I'll go with my Christmas wishes, Michelle. I'm hoping that we can get some stuff worked out on this book thing, because I wouldn't want to say it's a waste of time. I think it's very important, but I'd like to get moving on to get to the bigger things. When we got 54% attendance in our school, these teachers, administrators, parents apparently need help. I don't know. That's a tragedy. On a brighter note, it's Thanksgiving. You know, it's a time to give thanks, and I think that we should be reminding our kids, grandkids, nieces and nephews how lucky they are to live in a country where if you want to go out and protest Hamas or Israel, you can do it without having to worry about getting thrown off a building or lit on fire. So there we go. I'm just hoping that our kids coming out of Brainerd school districts understand the freedoms that they have and appreciate them, because the sky's the limit in this country. Work hard, you can do a lot of things. So there you go.
Thank you.
Get the timer ready.
Director Ward, there is no timer. Promises were made.
I've been waiting all night. I have been waiting all night, and I just want to say some congratulations and thanks to start with. And number one, the VETS program. Somebody just brought up the VETS program. I think you stole my thunder. So
There you go.
So
We're tied.
I attended 3 of them, and to Director Dondlinger's point about our kids, I attended 3 different veteran service programs, and they were all unbelievably remarkable and touching. But the most touching was this, and it was at the high school. And the keynote gave a great speech, but the thing he did that was wonderful, he invited our student body to come down at the end of the program and thank the one World War II vet that was there for his service. And I want to tell you, those kids came out of their bleachers, respectfully, quietly, orderly, and they waited in line. They formed a line, a single line that wrapped around. And they waited and waited and waited. When they got to all the vets, especially the World War II one, they shook his hand, said thank you, but they did it for every vet there. It was remarkable. And but the other ones were good, as touching and remarkable as well. You mentioned Thanksgiving. That stole my thunder too, Doug, on you guys. But I wanted to.
I feel like you got thunder left, John.
I don't know how much voice I have. And poor Janet probably is. Anyhow, it is a day to give thanks, and there's not a better way to give thanks. And thank you for all staying here with us. I wish the whole room would have heard this. There's a thing going on Thursday morning, Thanksgiving morning at the Armory, called the Turkey Trot. And the Turkey Trot is a great way to start your day out with your family. It gives thanks for children. The Turkey Trot is all about proceeds going to the Shriners Hospital in Minneapolis for children that need orthopedic care. for free. That is real special and personal to me, as I was in the Shriners Hospital for my first 16 years of my life, in and out. My longest stay there was 7 months straight in my 9th grade year, straight, without coming home. Cost to my parents, $0. $0.
Wow.
So if you're looking for a way to give thanks Thursday morning of Thanksgiving, it's called the Turkey Trot. Go online, go BrainerdTurkeyTrot.com, register, and I'll see you there. Ms. Hopajoki, is she still here? Yeah, she is. I just want to call you out for Handle with Care. I think Handle with Care, for those that don't know, is a communication between social services and our school district for families and kids that are going through tough times. And social services know that most of the time before we do. And the Handle with Care is, it communicates with all of us. This child, this young boy, young girl, young man, young woman needs some attention, and please handle with care. Thank you for doing that. And then I had a long dissertation I was going to do tonight, and I'm going to brief it up as much as I can. We have a remarkable system in Brainerd. We have an awesome staff. We have remarkable students. We have a superb leadership. We have beautiful facilities, quality academics. We're respected and admired amongst the state. We have top shelf co-curricular, extracurricular activities, and community support. We're really blessed here. As board members, the 6 of us, hear lots from community members, staff, parents, etc. And when we hear the comments or when we get contacted, a lot of times it's about problems, concerns, fires in not literally fires, but what we call fires in buildings. We hear about staff and students not being safe. We have talked about that over and over and over again. And the morale not being wonderful. And it was great to see so many educators here tonight. Thank you for hanging with us and for doing what you do. So as board members, we hear all of this and we try to address all of it. And we do a lot of it through our retreats. But to me, and to me, as a former special education teacher, but just an educator, period, as I walk through the buildings, if I've been through the buildings, I'm going to be at, and I think Randy, you are tomorrow too, and maybe others, there's a thing at Lowell about books and breakfast or something. I'm going for the breakfast, he's going for the books. But no, it's a great program where we can go in and read to kids right away in the morning. And so we're just blessed with so many great things. But we have also some fires. And the administration works their tail off, the staff works their tail off, kids themselves work their tails off, and families and parents to help calm the fires. And we have the board, we as the board have been trying to do that as well, and we do a lot of it during our retreat time. Excuse me. And I would like to throw out the fact that I, as a board, as a board member, I would like the 6 of us to maybe do some visits, school visits, and listen. I'm not interested in hearing complaining anymore, or whining, or what some people will call BIing, whatever. I'm interested in how can we help our kids? How can we help our kids and our staff? Because it seems to be getting, somebody that referenced this already, it seems to be getting more intense and more, well, let me just say intense. And so, and we need, the professionals are doing their job. They've been, matter of fact, Dr. Hahn and the administrative team and staff, since we adopted the budget, since this board adopted the budget, which didn't include what I'm just going to tell you, we've hired 19 additional staff. Am I wrong?
No, that's correct.
19 additional staff to try to help with the fires. 19. And we're gonna probably have to do some more. We've got some tough decisions to make in this district, both with literacy and levy and learning environment and other things. And I would really love to hear from, it's great so many people here tonight, and it's great that we always have open mic and things as such, but I would really like to hear in the buildings. I really would like, and I told Dr. Hahn and Director Brecken that I would like to see school board public meetings, open public meetings, you know, under an ad hoc committee maybe or whatever, to do that, to hear, to try to come up with strategies and other input from other people. So we can talk about this at the retreat, as we talked about it today, Director Donlinger. But our kids, and we also know this too. Parents have to be struggling, especially for COVID, but we can't keep using COVID as an excuse. In my opinion, it is the reality. But what are we gonna do about it? What are we gonna do about our kids that are behind, our kids that are showing problems, our kids that, you know, would rather act out than be thought of, I can't read, or I'm not as smart as Susie or Sarah or Michelle or whomever, or John or whoever. So we've got to act, and parents, we need you. I heard tonight now the volunteering is coming in heavy. I think it goes to Anne Marie, but we need parents. We want and need parents in our buildings. Maybe it's just to talk to a kid. Maybe it's just to sit down with a kid 1 or 2 hours a week. Representative Donlinger, last board meeting, I think, actually said, please get your kids here. We can't help if they're not here. Chairman Boyles, I heard that tonight too. And we need you, parents. We really, really do. And I know that you are appreciated, respected, admired as you participate with us. Help us, help your kids. Help us, help your kids. Because ISD 181 can't do it alone without you. And you've been great in this community, as was just pointed out. But we've got to get some of these fires taken care of, because our staff and our kids are counting on us. And everybody has been doing their job. It's nobody's fault. It's nobody's blame. It's nothing. What are we going to do about it? So I'd like to make a motion to consider having, I'd like to make a motion to have school board, visits, building meetings or whatever that are conducive with staff to talk about help us help your kids. And if we want to set up an ad hoc committee to do that, I would be more than happy to try to direct that, to take it off your plate. But Chair, if you wanted to do that, that's okay too. So I'd like to make that motion at this time. Sorry it took so long, folks, because I know you're tired, but I think it's really important.
Well, can we just talk about it at the retreat? Because we make a motion this late in the game? And then
Yes, we can.
We're gonna have discussion and all that crap? I mean.
Yes. I'm inclined to entertain some more discussion. I mean, the retreat agenda is getting pretty chock full too, right? I hate to prolong this any more than necessary, but at minimum, I'd like to walk out of here with a plan. And then we can polish it at the retreat.
So we can't meet as a board with the schools.
If
So
you
could
disclose
do-
it publicly, you can.
Yeah.
You could do, well,
Open meeting law.
Collectively,
I
we can
can't
break.
keep up, I'm gonna be in
But
Grand
we can
Rapids tomorrow morning
we can
at
avoid that by
7:30.
going in groups of
I-
3 or something.
I can't, and you're gonna go to Florida for the whole winter, so,
Yeah. No,
and you're going under the knife, and there's some stuff going on, so I just don't see.
Yep.
There's a thing called board fatigue, you have to get committees.
I get it. I'm more than willing to discuss it at the retreat as well. I want the board members to know that I have presented a plan to Dr. Hahn and actually to all board members. I sent all of you folks suggested ideas.
I've got it with me, it's good stuff.
Huh?
I agree with,
Well, we all have it, but we couldn't discuss it. It's illegal to discuss it until we're in this room
Right,
or in the retreat room,
right,
right?
right.
So I concur. I think you did some fabulous legwork.
no
I think,
question.
you know, at the end of it all, I mean, you articulated a lot of the passions that all six of us have
Yes,
illustrated
absolutely.
and said before. I think it's just really finding a way to do it where, you know, we don't duplicate work other entities are trying to do, or that we somehow dovetail that as best we can and not create extra work for the people we're trying to alleviate work for. And, right, so I think it's just being, so I don't disagree with anything that you espoused this evening. I think it's all, you know, I mean,
Yeah, I appreciate that.
yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. It's just, to me,
And
the
I
devil's
get
in
what
the
you're saying.
execution of
I
it.
get what all of us are saying, and
And
you
but that's
all,
it, yeah.
every board member, we have differences of opinions, that's great. We have we're diverse, that's great, in my opinion. But we have, in the year that we've been elected, I think we've done some remarkable listening and things as well as a collective board. And I know that we're gonna do more going forward. Excuse me. And I'm
We have a
more.
lot more in common than we think.
Absolutely.
For sure.
So, Mr. Chair, there was no second, but I'm fine with, I wanted to kind of push it because I've got some things coming up that are gonna put me out for a while. But I heard all my members say, you know, this is something that we need to talk about.
So let me ask you this then, if we take a look, if I collaborate with you on the retreat agenda and we make sure that there's ample time to discuss some of this at the retreat, would that be acceptable to you?
Yes.
How about the rest of you? I think it merits being a significant bullet point. I mean, we wanted to get deeper into strategic planning, but,
You'll have the draft in your hand a good week beforehand. You've already approved the goals and priorities. This is just putting the bow on it, I guess, and getting approval to present the full plan. We have that scheduled for December 19th with the public, I believe.
I think we're in
I'll get
a
that to you.
circular set of circumstances where we have these identified priorities, right? At a very macro level, they are literacy, fiscal situation.
Yep.
Right, those are two of the big ones.
Learning
Student
and-
safety and security, and getting behind the staff and making sure they have what they need to the extent possible.
Student
right?
and staff
There's nobody
well-being.
at this table that's gonna go, nah, I'm on board with 3 of those, right? Everybody here is passionate about those 4. We've talked it to death at the retreats. And then over it, you've got the strategic plan sitting here.
Which
And what I
needs to get
submit to
done.
you
That's
is-
what I was gonna talk about in my freebie time. Like, where is it? It was a one-page document. We could knock the thing out in an hour.
That was the plan for the retreat, but what I submit is
do it.
all of those items are connected.
Let's get that
Right?
done.
They're all interwoven.
So we'll try to collaborate. I'll circle back with each one of you individually and try to explain where we're trying to go with the agenda for that board retreat. I can't remember how many hours are we scheduled for? Is that another 11 to 4 or 11 to 5 thing?
No,
or-
it starts at 4 o'clock,
6
Oh, that's right.
a.m. to 8
which is something we want on the
6
agenda too. We're done with that.
Yeah, it's in the afternoon.
Let's
4
do these
hours.
things on Saturday mornings, boom, knock it out of there by 11:30.
So at any rate, what's the total time commitment? 4 hours?
4 to 8.
All right, we'll figure out how to just to tackle these 3 things. But we definitely, the other thing that we really wanted was the equity task force to talk about their findings so that all 6 of us with 12 ears can hear. I think we all have 2, don't we? Yeah.
Which also really ties into the safety and the learning.
A lot
environments.
of, yeah, that's what I mean. I think there's,
So they're gonna come present.
that'll
I
be the
think
only
that-
one we're gonna have on, that's gonna be a presentation. The rest will be our typical format of all discussion. But we need that as a framework, I think, to have John's discussion.
What's gonna be presented?
The Equity Task Force is gonna present some of the information, because they've done
But it's
specifically
tied-
over the last 14 months, just a ton of work on this.
And as I understand it, it ties into exactly what I'm talking about tonight.
I think so.
I think most of it does, I would agree with that.
Well, then is Paula gonna be there from partner ED?
She is gonna be there to finalize.
So basically what we're gonna do is a strategic plan.
Probably do the strategic
and
plan
do the-
first and
Well, let's do
put
the other
ourselves
one
on a
first
shot
so
clock.
those guys can go home, don't you think?
Yep.
Or
Oh,
is
yeah, we
Paula
can do the
on the
equity.
shot clock?
Right, but what I don't wanna do is what we do, which is
Get
blow
rambling.
3.5 of the 4 hours on one topic, because that's how we roll sometimes.
Yep, you're right.
And, so we're gonna have to figure out a way to manage that a little bit. I guess if we had a good chair, we could do that, but
Ah,
you have to
I
live
don't
with
know.
me for that.
Sometimes things just have to take their course, you know?
Yep. So I think that's a good plan of action. I'm very, and John, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for.
No, thank you for all the work. It took somebody to
pick
go
away at
in
your
with
list,
open
too.
heart and open ears to collect the information you collected, and that's important information from a level of perspective I don't know that a previous school board's ever done.
Oh, thank you.
John, I
I'm
would.
still coming to buildings too, by the way. I just want you to all know that, just to say hi and visit them. It's like my other board members have.
John, I'd also like to invite you to the to be on the Equity Task Force Committee. We meet tomorrow at 3:15 at the high school.
We are permitted to have 3 board members on the committee, and historically we did when Director Spear, Director Blacklance, and myself were on there.
You can do that?
We're a school board. I would entertain a motion to add you to the Equity Task Force.
You need a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we include John, or we ask Director Ward to join the Equity Task Force Committee.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Director Brecken with a second from Director Spear to add Director Ward to the Equity Task Force. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion
No.
carries.
No, I'm kidding.
I think it'll give you insight, and
No,
I think
I was teasing.
because everybody was so new based on the election, we held off, and we're a year into this now. I think having additional eyes in that room are.
When is the next one?
3:15 tomorrow at the high school.
3:15 tomorrow, okay.
So you get up
Don't
and
be
go
dillying
to,
around looking for free pancakes or something. You gotta get over to high school.
you're gonna go to Lowell at 7:30, as I am, as Randy is.
She'll text you.
How many, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Director Spear?
I have nothing. I'll pass.
So that leaves just me with a couple of closing thoughts. And one of those would be, again, I think it's, as I think about Thanksgiving, what's coming up, it's always important that we recognize the work that all of the staff do, to keep over 6,000 kids moving around and doing what they're supposed to be doing to the extent that's possible, given the resource constraints. And I think what I'm trying to do in my last year, coming up here shortly, I'll round third base and getting ready to slide into home, which will be somewhere in North Carolina, most likely.
Maybe.
I still don't think that the community has a grasp of how this district has kept afloat for as long as it has from a fiscal perspective. I just think there's a sense of unreality that there's somehow this magic $2 million that we've squirreled away for some reason that we're just not managing. DJ, you've been through the budget looking for the low-hanging fruit, and what I would say is for 20-plus years, this district has cut. It's all in black and white if you want to go look for it. It's all out there. All right, there's a reason that happened. It's not through mismanagement. It's not through bad school boards, and it's certainly not because we don't have the greatest staff in the state of Minnesota and the United States of America. We do. I wouldn't have moved my kid back here 4 years ago if I didn't believe that, right? But the realities are the realities. We do not have an operating levy. We do not have the benefits of the tax base that we used to gain from in the 90s when we were able to collect all those tax revenues from Gull Lake and the surrounding areas. That's when the cutting started, and the culture of cutting has persisted through all of that. We've got to figure out, the time is now that we'll have to figure that out or begin to figure that out, and the boards that come after us are going to have to deal with that. And I just think it's important as we start to talk at the retreats about these solutions that we recognize we are out of fingers and toes to cut off. We're down to eyes, arms, legs. That is where we are. Now, you can disagree with me, but I'll sit down with you and we'll go with John and DJ through the finance committee meetings, and I will tell you right now, that's just the lay of the land. And I'm sorry if you don't agree with me. But I've been through it for 4 years. I was 2 years on the finance committee myself doing the same thing you did. I was like, surely there's some weird spot that we can save. Yeah, sure, we can cut lacrosse. We can go to 6 period days at the high school. There's some measures that we can take, but those are arms and legs. So I just wanted to ring that bell for those that are still awake and watching or stream this later, that the work that we do as a board, we may not agree on how we get there, but I think we all agree that that's the issue. And knowing that we have to face that over the next year that I'm still sitting with you, I am thankful that I have the 5 of you and Dr. Hahn to stand shoulder to shoulder with to try to figure some of this stuff out. Every one of you have huge hearts, and you're representative of a huge-hearted community, which are represented through quiet gifts, quiet support, not necessarily the emails you get every day, right? That isn't necessarily reflective of what's going on in our community as a whole. And then all the way up to our staff and our parents that are most of them trying to do the best that they can do. So every action that we do from this point forward, to John's point earlier, is we need to be figuring out better ways that we can support cooperation between those different layers. That's consensus building, which is what I ran for school board on in the first place. And I get disappointed from time to time, and it's not fair to pick on people. I get disappointed because sometimes we get distracted from that work because the flavor of the month comes along and gets us to spend 4 hours on something that really doesn't have anything to do with literacy or student safety or fiscal issues.
Or enrollment.
Yeah. And that's where I get frustrated, and I've got to check that from time to time because I get overly frustrated by it. And it's not fair because people have pet issues that they're really concerned about, and they deserve to have those aired and heard, and it's incumbent upon us to address those in a transparent fashion. Since I've been on this board, I've seen nothing but a drift towards transparency. And the irony is the cost that comes with that is we've opened ourselves up to criticism at a level that no other board has ever opened themselves up to.
Really?
100%. 100%. Ask around. Have lunch with a former board member. I can promise you it's even different now. And I came on during masks and COVID and all of that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So anyway, thanks for your service. If you're a teacher, if you're a janitor, if you're a cook, if you're a bus driver, collaborative worker, a para, and anybody else I left, administrators, everybody, I mean, if one piece of that machine breaks, the whole machine breaks. And as a former parent of a kid in the school district, I'm still his parent. As a parent of a former student in the district, to get my grammar correct before an English teacher hits me. Thank you for everything that you did for my kids, and thank you for what you're gonna do for every kid that comes through here. You all matter, and thank you. I'm done. Let's get out of here and have a good night. All right, the only change to number 13 under future meetings is the personnel committee meeting is canceled. Otherwise, you can read those for yourself.
Can I add one thing?
Of course, Michelle, yes.
The APAC committee is meeting Wednesday, November 15th at 5:30, I believe, 5:30 to 7:30 in this building.
Okay, we'll have to add that. That's a parent advisory.
Yeah,
Okay.
parent advisory committee.
That's great.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion from Director Dondelinger to adjourn.
Second.
Director Heidman, a second. Do we have any further discussion or comment? Hearing none, those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same